basically is you're highly welcome. We are live at Mfabu offices, just after Makerere Western Gate or the small gate, and camera on the cameras you just be sloping down to Mfabu offices, or you can Google us Mfabu offices on Google Maps, and you'll be able to see where the event is, and you can always tap in here. So we keep welcoming. The program for the day. Today is 19th March 2022. Some of you be asking yourselves, but it's 2022 and the AGM is saying 2021. Please don't get our minds. So there are, because of the pandemic, we wouldn't gather people around here, so that's why we had to postpone this up to 2022. Just like some of you have been following Euro 2020, which was played in 2021. Some of you the Tokyo Olympics 2020, but this is Mastercard Foundation Alumni at Black Uganda annual general meeting, which we said is 2021. Thank you so much. 1 2 1 2 1 2. It did the network. Thank you so much, Madam Active, for that wonderful prayer. And we keep letting you know that you can follow us, or you can follow Mastercard Foundation alumni at Black Uganda Mfabu on Twitter, and you keep the hashtag Mfabu AGM21 flowing. And you can also follow us and like us on Facebook at MCF Alumni UG. And we are also live there on Facebook. You can also join the meeting on YouTube at MCF Alumni UG. We are on all those platforms. We also have a Zoom meeting, so you can also follow the links that are provided to you in our respective WhatsApp groups and our social media platforms to be part of this event. So we keep welcoming you all, and we want to thank whoever is watching us live on Facebook, on YouTube, and also via Zoom. So I'll be mentioning you, you know, DJs mentioned, so I'll be mentioning you throughout the event, and I keep welcoming everybody. It's time for introductions, and you're going to be telling us your name, and you can be telling us the details, small details, where you come from. Could be an institution, could be a workplace. You tell us about your cohort, or the year from which you graduate, the year when you graduated from the scholarship or from the scholars program. And some of you are still on the program, so you can still mention that. Of course, large enough to cover the subject. So I'm going to be handing over the microphone to the general public for introductions. But we keep thanking you for coming, and we keep thanking you for honoring our invitation to be here with us for the annual general meeting 2021, which has been carried out in 2022 because of the pandemic, as you all know. Thank you so much. DJ.
So I've been at University of Bustema, and I've been the CIC for Bustema University. Currently, I'm out. My profession, I studied engineering in water resources from Bustema University at the bachelor's level. You are all welcome here. Thank you.
My name is Wabiana Francis. I'm from the Western chapter, currently at Makerere University, doing a bachelor's degree of science in agriculture. Yeah, you're all most welcome for this annual general meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis.
Hello, good morning everyone. I'm Violet Yosava. I graduated last year. I'm studying from Makerere University, doing Bachelor of Science in Education.
Thank you so much, Madam Teacher.
Morning everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Fuachan Gladys at Makerere University, doing Bachelor of Science in Water and Irrigation Engineering, and I graduated last year. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Engineer. Marry an engineer or sick.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Angela Nantambi, class of 2014, proud member to pioneer this. So I graduated from Ashesi in 2019 with a bachelor's degree in business administration. And today I'm attending as a Mfabu member, but also on behalf of the alumni, Mastercard Alumni Committee. So I'll probably give my introduction as I talk about the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Angela, for being here with us. Members, Asheshi is not in Uganda.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's already that. My name is Yamachi Junior Miami, Zakari, Southern Chapter President, and I'm really glad and privileged to be part of this meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Mfabu. I graduated from the program in 2021. Currently, located in bachelor's degree in
Civil engineering, eh? Where is your school?
Sedat.
They said that. So that in case you get tired, you just slope, eh? Thank you so much, Dominic.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. God is good all the time. My name is Mfabu Shafiq Lubega. I am the current president of the Central Chapter Mfabu. I am so glad to be here with you. I graduated last year. We are the fresher graduates. I am currently doing a bachelor's degree in business administration at Kampala International University. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jude Okolot. I'm currently a student at Makerere University, and I'm pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Economics. I'm from the Eastern Chapter, an ambassador of Mfabu. I mean, Mfabu is me. Mfabu Zoe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alekari Donjona. I'm currently in Makerere University, pursuing bachelor degree in quantitative economics. I graduated from the program 2019, and I'm in Eastern Chapter.
Mfabu Zoe. Mfabu Zoe. My name is George Monia. I graduated in 2018, and currently I'm at Chamberlain University doing Bachelor of Architecture. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Hi.
I'm Godwin Richards from Kampala International University Western Campus. I'm doing a bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery. I finished in 2017. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joel Nat. I come from Soro District, that is Southern Chapter. I graduated from Mastercard Foundation Scholars Program in 2017. I have been a student at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, pursuing Bachelor of Science with Education. I'm a teacher of physics and mathematics, and I'm currently doing my final school practice at King's College Budo, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I am active at Kunda. I graduated from the program in 2020. I'm currently pursuing a bachelor. I wish you a nice day.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Gladys, the current Vice President of Northern Chapter at Makerere Business School doing Bachelor of Commerce.
And you are glad to be here. You're glad to be here. You did mention that. Yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Singure Dennis. I'm currently at Makerere Institute of Technology doing a diploma in information technology. I graduated last year, and I'm glad I've met your family.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
It's been a while since I saw you all. Are you okay? Are you guys feeling at Mfabu? Really?
Yeah.
The silence? Okay. My name is Pisa Hindisiwe Ganzi, and I'm a proud member of Mfabu. And by the grace of God, I've been the current health minister. I'm still the health minister of Mfabu. I graduated from the scholarship in 2017, and I am currently doing dentistry. In just a month's time, I'll be a practicing dentist. So in case of any issues, I am here, I'm the plug. Otherwise, I'm happy to be here, and I'll be glad to connect with you all. Have a good day.
Before you hand over the microphone, tell them something they want to hear from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Immediate. Okay, you're confused. Okay, pass over the microphone. I'll do it myself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Mukonyezi Wakagezi Arali. A current student at Fort Portal College of Health Sciences, pursuing a diploma in pharmacy in my final year, final semester. I am a proud member of Mfabu, and I joined Mfabu in 2017, and I've been serving as the General Secretary at the as part of the Central Executive Committee since 2020. Thank you so much for honoring the invitation and loving the network.
Thank you so much, Richard.
Yes, good morning, Mfabu. My name is Chomhendo Bruhan Akiki. I'm happy to have served Mfabu from the beginning, since 2018, where I served as Minister Talent and Skills. And in the current regime, I'm serving as on the Alumni Supreme Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Burhan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Nwayerza Livingstone, pursuing a diploma in pharmacy at St. Francis Schools of Health Sciences. A few weeks from now, I'll be a finalist. But for now,
by the grace of God, you didn't add that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now I'm working with Mfabu as the national treasurer for the network. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Livingston. You know, all finalists be like, by the grace of God, I'm a finalist. You forgot that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Kashemire Comfort, and I'm studying from Chambogo University, doing bachelor's in engineering, in electrical and electronics engineering, and I graduated from this last cohort. Okay. Yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Kashemire.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Nachijoba Sylvia, pursuing a diploma in education, chemistry, and mathematics from NTC Mubende. I'm a proud member of Mfabu.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, Madam Teacher.
Good morning, everyone.
She's the one.
You're most welcome to Mfabu offices and for this AGM. My name is Amodi Agnes Cynthia, and I'm the deputy chairperson, Mfabu. I've just finished my law degree at Mackay University, and I'm currently at the Law Development Center, LDC. Yeah, basically that's it. Thank you.
She's also a feminist.
That is our feminist ever. Mfabu Zoe. I don't feel the energy. Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Zoe. Zoe.
Mm-hmm.
Z.
Mm-hmm.
Martin Wayeva is my name. I graduated from the program in 2017, and currently I'm pursuing a diploma in clinical medicine at St. Francis School of Health Sciences, Mukono, Namatawa. I really love Mfabu. Mfabu is heart, Mfabu is home. You're most welcome for this meeting. Wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is also a feminist, seated to her the fellow feminist. So it's a core of feminists. I don't know if.
In my defense, not yet a feminist. Hello, everyone. Yeah, the energy has been transposed through him, so no worries. Fred Eager is the name, and I'm a graduate in Bachelor's in Engineering of Environmental Engineering and Management from Chambogo. I'm wondering why I hadn't seen Comfort, but good enough I've seen her here today. Happy alumni. And together, like everyone is saying, Mfabu is home, most definitely. And currently I sit at the committee, the Electoral Commission for Mfabu, as a spokesperson, or what you might also call communications. Yes, happy to be here. If I get any other sessions, then you get to hear more from me. Thank you for coming and honoring the invitation. Always happy to have you, both that are here with us and those that are online. Bless you all as enjoy today. Thank you.
Is Biawakama around? She's not around. Okay.
Yeah. Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
I don't feel the vibe. Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Thank you very much. My name is Elvis Omoit. I'm a human being.
The lion.
Yeah, I'm a human being and I love business and issues concerning environment. And I've been the entrepreneurship minister at Mfabu. And I feel like school is still sweet.
Just no.
I don't want to grow up. I don't want to grow up. I don't want to be like Cyrus. Yeah, happy to have you all and those online. Thanks for joining. Yeah, hope to engage more. Thank you.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Mfabu Zoe.
Zoe.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That is much better. My name is Samuel Egolet Okalebo. Cohort 2015. I attended 99's flying school. I studied flight operations. That was in Nairobi. So you guys, alumni, please. I'm glad to be here. And I am happy to see all of us here. I am a very proud member of Mfabu. I don't sit in any committee. But I oversee all committees.
A committee.
Yeah, so anyway, I've done a lot of work with the entrepreneurship department. I've also done quite some bit of work with the education ministry, especially regarding the aid education project. And I am happy to be here. I will also hand over to the next person who will oversee all committees. Thank you so much.
Very last one.
Yes, sorry. I've been told it is criminal not to say the class from which I am, and so I'm class of 2015. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, Okalebo.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good morning. I'm very glad to be here this morning. High school. I have a very big attachment to Mfabu, though I'm soon launching my ambitions. I'm very glad to be here this morning. I hope everyone enjoys. We'll keep interacting and sharing more. But one thing I want to appreciate everyone this morning is, please, thanks for honoring the invitation to be here. You are very smartly dressed. You are looking beautiful, the ladies. The gentlemen are smelling good. And I hope we have a great time together. Thank you very much.
Yes. Council. You are the one on the microphone.
Sasoma. I am Abbas Luyombo. I was in cohort of 2016. I studied even from where? But I studied. I am an. You should have given Cynthia to speak for me.
I knew it.
Because at this rate, I am here today. Thank you.
Can use this one. Just your microphone.
Josh, you have an intro also. He's also an alumnus. Hello. He's working money. You can have your microphone. And then thank you so much for the introductions. Maybe to get the perfect view for this, let me be here. We are seeing some people joining us through Zoom. There is Sancte, Ahawe Annunciata, Ainebiona Robert, Madame Anna, Atidri Jim I, Ayebare Anisha, Christopher from Chambogo University, Fraze, MCF alumni UG, Galiwango Mavini. Galiwango Mavini, it's been long. Thank you so much for joining us. Grace Aguti, His Excellency Mumbere Edward, the one for Western Chapter University. Cement Charity, Mbaba Zirita from United States. Is it International University in East Africa? Thank you so much for being live on Zoom. Mborwa Timothy James, Msimenta Charity, Nkambwe Medi, Ola Gilbert, Rebecca Nabosa, thank you so much. Shalfa Negesa, Saka Dennis, Teba Soboke Glovin, Viola Kataike, Oyaba Martin, Nduwayo Ronald Bana, you're joining so that I mention you. Oligarura Rahaba, CIC Kabale University. I see you raising your hand over there. Thank you so much. Posiano, thank you so much. Kayondo Amos. Locrit John Bosco, Fort Portal School of Health Sciences. Thank you so much for being part of the annual general meeting via Zoom. Ether Nankunda, Jovia Naziwa. Chala Derek Tumuhaire Mugole. Thank you so much for being live with us. Of course, I can't mention that. Those who haven't got married, we are sorry, the feminists. Kayondo Amos. You'll be fine. Ronald Frank Ochero. Thank you so much. We shall keep mentioning you one by one. Zoom and also those via our Facebook page at MSA, chairperson of the network. Thank you so much for that kind of work that you've done for the 2.5 years. And we keep appreciating you. DJ, please be lively as I move to this. People.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shibra Asimrenwaga Babin Soib, the Vice President, Southern Chapter. I'm very happy I finally came through here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I apologize for coming late, but my name is Aijuka Alan. I'm the Treasurer, Southern Chapter, a student of Luat Makere.
The neighbor in the north, according to the topography of the area, the north. Yes.
My name is Nakato Betty Nachgozi, 2019 cohort.
Thank you so much, Nakato Mlongo. Is there any stone unturned, left unturned? Okay, let's have the chairperson, Mr. Silas Ruweza, the chairperson of the MasterCard Foundation, alumni at BRAC Uganda Mfabu, 2020, simanyi tunende, up to right now, and he's going to be telling us whatever package he has for us as we keep so jolly and happy. Please pay attention and lend him your ears for this short time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Let's applause him as
Thank you so much, Mr. Munjereza Byari Mpatukamuheba, the man with the longest name. Oh, actually, Tukamuheba has very many characters, I think even. It must be more than 25. Anyway, my name is Silas Ruhweza Atwoki. Yes, Egoleta Matwoki, and I think I gave you a rally. The current team leader of the MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda, this one right here, where we are all members. I have a very short speech, but before I do so, allow me to recognize our people who are here. I would like to recognize Angela. Angela happens to be my cohort mate. We are all pioneers, only that we are from different schools. I was at Tana and she was at East High School in Tinda. And then, yes, we are ancestors, and those who came late, you may get punishments from the ancestors. As well, I would like to recognize that I work with We have Munjereza Tukamuheva, that is the man behind all the communications work you see, including all this branding you're seeing around, plus what you're seeing live for those who are following us. I'd also like to recognize Mr. Nwahireza Livingstone, who is our CFO. You know, the title's changed. I think we shall be telling you more. So Livingstone is our Chief Finance Officer for this network, and he has also served very well for the 2 years. Also, I would like to recognize Mukonyezi Rwakagezi Arali, but he's called Avoli. I don't know why he doesn't like Avoli, who has been our secretary for the network for 2 years, and he has been doing great work even up to now. All the reports you see or that you request from us is the man that is behind them. Then I would also like to recognize my ministers. There is one guy, one of the few living emperors. But before I go there, I'm not seeing someone who made me laugh today morning. I don't know where she is. Agnes Cynthia is my deputy. She's not here, I think, because she has lectures at LODC, which are on Zoom. And you know how lawyers pretend to be so serious on everything. In that if they call your name and you don't respond in 2 minutes, they say you've not, I mean, like you're not attending the class, and they give you 0. I don't know how those guys behave, but they pretend to be like Assistant Jesus. And that's why she's not here. I think she's somewhere in the room attending her lecture and her presentation. And then to my ministers.
I remember was Charity.
Yes, I remember Charity is not with us. She's in Imbara. Her brother lost a son, or I think a daughter or a child. I don't know which exact one. But let's keep her in prayers. She won't be joining us now. To my ministers who are here, I would like to recognize one of the living emperors, and that is Omoit Elvis. Yes, the human being. He's one of the guys who has been a very strong arm for this network for these 2 years. He has been very cooperative, and he has always been with us for every step that we take and for every initiative that we think about. There is a lot that I can talk about him, but allow me to stop from there. He didn't tell you some of the things he does. He's an activist, environmental activist, not this one of Tojikwa Atako, though he also goes there some other times. And then he's a UN what? UN Elo something, based in Nairobi. So his profile is just too long, but let me stop from there. I would like to recognize one of the few living geniuses or encyclopedias we have in this country, and that is none other than Luyomba Bass Council. I don't know which, you know, we have Council of the Deceased. I don't know this one is a Council of what. I hope you also get something that you will add on to his name. I know it's Council of Ancestors or something. Abbas works as our legal and justice advisor for the network, and is the man behind all the documents and all the legal compliances that we've been following as the network. There's no document that can go out of our office to you guys without going through his office. And I would like you guys to clap for him for that tremendous work. Then I would like to recognize Peace. Ahimbisiwe Peace Avoli. She's my sister as well, and she has been working as our Minister for Health. We've had a series of events, as you'll see in the report, and she's been the lady behind all that. She's very hardworking, very committed, and I've never seen her unhappy. So even when you're there and you're in mood and all that, she can come and say, by the time she be with you for 2 seconds, all the moods are already okay. And she's been a great pillar. And then I would like to recognize Justin, who is not here. He's our Minister for Education, and he has done tremendous work within the Ed Education Project. As you guys have been following career guidance and other mentorship like programs, including transition of our current cohort. And then I would also like to recognize some other people who are not here. There is Becky Nabosa, who was our Post-Institution Minister, and then there's Ali Faiza, who was a Talent and Skills. I don't know if there's any other minister I've left. My dears, is there anyone minister I've left? And then I would also like to recognize the Alumni Supreme Council. This is a committee which I would say they are our guides. Whenever we think of doing something, they should be in the know, and they always give us something that we can add on. Or an entity that we can report to. It's basically the real panel of advisors. As you know, according to our constitution, when the scholars program ends, the Alumni Supreme Council becomes the panel of advisors. So like they would be the top guys after us. Or you would call it the board for now, as we come to another something which someone will present. If you guys approve it, then the whole system will change for the betterment of the network. And for those people we have right now, we have Chomendo Bruhan, he's a member. The other members who are not here include Tumairo Derek, who's also a member of the alumni committee for the MasterCard Foundation in Uganda. And then we have Apili Daisy, who is on work in Lira. She won't be with us. We have Kawala Mary, who is going to be joining us shortly. I think by 11, she should be here. I would like to recognize a few chapter presidents who are here. I'm seeing Muyambi Alan Jr. for Southern Chapter, the current president. I'm seeing President Emeritus for Eastern Chapter, Mr. Jude Opolot. Excuse me, plus your Vice President, Madam Simes. So, you're also most welcome. And then I'm not seeing any other chapter president who is with us. And also those who are joining us online. The president, thank you so much. Yes, we have one for Central Chapter. You know, he's dressed like, I don't know. So I did see him very well. Shafiq Matovuluvega is the Central Chapter president. And he's also been doing some tremendous work. You know, I didn't recognize it because me and him, we used to this other part of fun and stuff, not the way the other guy is dressed and me. He's a very nice gentleman and he's also very lively. I would also like to recognize one more person who has been so great in our work. I would like to recognize just one more person, and this is none other than Weyaba Martin. Martin is not in any way a leader in Mfabu, but because we are trained that we are leaders by the fact that we're a scholar or alumni, that is Martin. Martin was the gentleman behind the COVID relief pads campaign that saw us support 1,000 girls in Uganda in the North and Eastern districts. As you will see later on in the presentation, you will see Martin on borders trying to load things and as well as addressing people, as well as he had some interviews with NBS. I would like to thank you so much for all your tireless efforts and serving Mfabu above solve. If we really want the network to grow, that is the way to go. I wrote a very short speech, which I think I should go through very fast, because if I don't use this speech, then I will not stop talking, because the words keep coming and keep coming and coming and coming. To begin with, I wish to welcome you all to Mfabu AGM 2021, that is under the theme, Consolidating Our Immeasurable Achievements Through Teamwork for Sustainable Network. And I'd like to thank you all for honoring our invitation. These days are crucial time for us to ponder the key development and achievements of the network. Against this, I want to say that we continue to thrive in the goals of transforming lives, beginning with ourselves, and then to others, and finally to the communities where we come from. The biggest question of the day are, where is Mfabu today? And where will Mfabu be tomorrow? And what is my role in building the future of Mfabu? For those who are watching online and those who are with us physically, I want you to ponder about those questions. And perhaps by the time we leave, you will have some answers for us that we could maybe leverage on to build a thriving network for ourselves as well as for our communities. On the same occasion as this, about a year ago, I drew our attention to the challenges that are taking place in the network, which pointed our status of existence, transforming from an association to an organization, and our growing membership and scope of operation. Out of all this, my intention was to make it quite clearer to us that we had to prepare for such eventualities by first counting on ourselves to support and be part and parcel of these evolutions in the network. It is already more obvious that you are and will, in the coming years, be key actors in this network. In that regard, it is not futile for us to remind ourselves of Ubuntu and unity as part of our integral values. The prosperity of Mfabu depends on how each one of us gives to the network. Our founding purpose was and is to bring together all the alumni. In realizing this purpose, each one of us has a role to play in bringing a brother or a sister into the network, because most of us have left the network and they are out there. They know Mfabu exists, but they are not really taking part in the days and the day-to-day activities of the network. I would want us to imagine if each one of us brought like 20 members. Just imagine how many members would be here, or how many members would be online if each one of you sent a link to a brother. Like, you know what, today we have a meeting. How many are we? Around 40 plus? So that's already 80. And if you sent 2, how many are those? 100 and what? And 60. So imagine if you sent to 10 and all of them came. I think you can see what I'm trying to say. Our vibrance would be beyond what we can imagine. What do I intend to make out of this? It is that we should embody the spirit of love for the network, both in word and in deed. It is so disheartening to meet members out there and some do not even know what is transpiring within the network. And this is something that we can collectively work on as a team. For the founders who birthed the idea of the network, whereby I happen to be part of them, our cause was to bring together alumni, which is inextricably linked to unity of purpose. For the successors who came after, this cause was to establish and consolidate a firm structure within which the network would exist. For you and me today, our cause is to protect all our achievements and the prosperity that the network has earned. Already a lot has been done to put Mfabu in position that it is today. It will be upon us to continue in that same path. I'm not sure whether you're willing to join that path or joining us to follow that kind of direction. But I hope the fact that you told yourself that today I'm making it to Mfabu on my own build, then me, I see not just you, but I see someone who is going to transform Mfabu to another level that we don't know right now. But something that, stellar, I don't know how to say it, serious paradigm shift. During my swearing-in ceremony, not so many years ago, I asked all of us not to lose hope in this network. Allow me to make the same request today. I may or may not understand what lies in the inside of each one of us, but I hope so much that our aspirations for the betterment of this network have not changed ever since you joined this network, or ever since you became a scholar, whichever court you come from. Dear colleagues, I remind us all the current challenges that we are facing today can be resolved through solidarity, which incidentally our network has chosen from the inception. Let us resolve and strive to keep alive in flame that lights up different lives and drive the transformation in our communities. This light should continue to rally the sons and daughters of Mfabu. More than ever before, our commitment and determination will form a great stimulus for the growth of our network. I wish to remind you that tomorrow's Mfabu will be built with you and each and every one of you physically present and those watching us online. Fellow members of this noble network, this year's AGM yet again unfolded against the hard times experienced globally, which did not spare us as well. Most of the activities that had been implemented earlier on suffered a great deal of disruption ever since the pandemic manifested. Those that could not be pushed to be implemented to a later time we had to postpone them. And those that could not be implemented, we had to leave them because the situation could not allow. Amidst every challenge, and by all accounts, we managed with the effort for the resilient team to implement activities through the period. Most of these activities some of them were COVID response, as you will be seeing in our report that we shall be giving you. We managed with efforts of the resilient team to implement activities through the period. I want to thank everyone who took part and contributed their time, and all those who showed up whenever called upon. With this, allow me express my admiration and sincere thanks to BRAC Uganda, the MasterCard Foundation, and the MasterCard Foundation Alumni Committee Uganda, and all our partners, heads of ministries, and all of us who are here today, and those who are watching us online. Your time, courage, resilience, and determination at a time like this is unmatched. We can't thank you enough, but from the deepest of our hearts, from the purest of our hearts, we do thank you, and we do acknowledge all the efforts you put in driving this network. In a very daunting and demanding context, Mfabu delivered strong achievements across all indicators in recent years. This shall be captured in depth in our annual report that will be presented to you very shortly from now. As I come to an end, allow me to emphasize this to all our CICs and chapter leaders. As of present, most of the members are within your areas of jurisdiction. This brings the mandate to you to bring members on board. When we were starting this event, I sent a message to our group and told you guys to mobilize your members. I don't know whether you did the work or you just put on your status and you thought all your members would see that status. I don't know if that was the case. I personally did a broadcast message to all the Mfabu contacts I have in my phone. And I thought you would use that one also to do it, because I actually told you what to do. But I'm very sure you didn't do it. Because if you did it, I would have seen the response within our online registration. That means you're comfortable. And you think some angel from somewhere will come and help you. You're the angel. And it's time that you help yourself. Are we together? Thank you so much. So, that is your mandate. As NEC or as SEC, I want to assure that we are always one call away, notwithstanding the chapters as they still remain fundamental pillars in our mobilization and implementation. We have CICs currently, but I think by 2026 or 2027, we shall not have any institutional link, unless Mfabu decides to become a foundation as well and begin sending scholars to different universities, and then they graduate and become alumni, and we keep them there. That is, I mean, that one is also possible. We have very able members who are now working. There's someone who's working with the MasterCard Foundation. I'm not going to mention the name. I mean, the status are changing. There are those who are working with NSSF, and you know money is coming. And if you have the heart of giving back, and you know where you came from before you were maybe given a hand, I would really want you to extend that same hand if you have the capacity to do so. And that shouldn't be a reminder. It should be something that is at your heart every day. Even when you wake up, you're like, God, which other person can I touch? And that is the ripple effect that we want. Finally, allow me to thank all of you for your continued love and support. We know that with growth comes responsibility and challenges to the leaders, stakeholders, and most importantly, to each and every one of us hearing us or with us today. The years ahead are sure to present more challenges, but I have so much confidence in our ability. Count on you. Whether you're online or here, just know that Sellers counts on you. In a few weeks from now, I'll be handing over, I don't know to which person, but my heart is happy that for these 2 years, given the situation that we've been in, lockdown and all that stuff, and we've tried to achieve or do some certain things, and they have perfectly come out very well. I believe that now that the economy is opened, and that we are somehow back to normal, I'm sure the new team that is coming up will build on what we've done already so far, because we also built from the other team. And I'm very sure they will drive this network to a very big level that we all want to see. You remember the other thing I shared with you? Make sure I don't forget to share with these people. You never know, we might have sponsors within us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this age.
So much, Mr. Josh. for that interlude and for making us happy. So let us have a representative from the MCF Alumni Committee, Uganda, Miss Angela Nantambi. I think she's going to use this place for matters of video coverage, or as you may be guided by the Holy Spirit, you can occupy any other places. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, MC, for the warm introduction. I'm so happy to be here. I don't know how long it takes me to come to this place, but whenever I come here, it feels like home. So I'm really, really happy that I'm in this place today. Once again, my name is Angela Nantambi, cohort of 2014, the ancestors, like they've called us. And I graduated from Ashesi in 2019. Ashesi is in Ghana. And currently, I work with the MasterCard Foundation, particularly the Baobab platform, which we should all be a part of because we are alumni. So I'm here to tell you about the MasterCard Foundation Alumni Committee, or network in general. So think of it as the big umbrella under which Mfabu falls. So we all know that MasterCard Foundation supports so many programs, and that ranges from the Scholars Program, Anzisha, Yali. Currently it's working with Innovation Village, there's Motive, Dynamic. There are so many different programs that MasterCard Foundation sponsors. And over time, several students or participants of these programs graduate and go out there in the world without any clue of where they should belong to, or any form of network to bring them together once they graduate from these networks. So what the MasterCard Foundation did was to build a network that is going to bring together all these alumni that graduate from the different MasterCard programs. So that includes the Scholars Program, Anzisha, Yali, Dynamic, so many other programs that MasterCard currently sponsors. They are all part of the network. It's not just the scholars that are part of the network. It's everybody that has been sponsored or been a part of a program sponsored by the MasterCard Foundation. So currently there are 5 chapters, one in Uganda, Rwanda, Ghana, Senegal, and North America. And these committees comprise of 7 people. So standing here, I represent 6 other people that belong to this committee. And our goal, just like Mfabu, is to bring all of us together under one umbrella as alumni of the MasterCard Foundation. And Silas mentioned something very profound that I think we should all take note of. People graduate from these programs, but once they're out there, they actually forget that they belong to a network. Take Mfabu, for example. People don't know that Mfabu exists, but they've been part of the Scholars Program at BRAC. And it's saddening because such programs are organized for all of us. There are different activities that Mfabu has planned for all of us, but a few people participate in these programs. So it is upon us as the presidents, as the leaders of the different chapters, I'm from the central chapter, by the way, as the leaders of the different chapters, participants of the different chapters, to communicate about the benefits of being a part of this network. And what the MasterCard Foundation network, the alumni network, does is to work closely with Mfabu to make sure that whatever vision it has, it's put in place. Last year, we worked on a partnership program. We had a health gala that we ran in Namungona, and I can tell you all of it was possible because of Mfabu. Silas did a great job with his team in making sure that that gala came to pass. They have a great library that I didn't know about. So many great books that are great resources for any young person out there. But we don't know or we don't care. So the MasterCard Foundation Alumni Network is here to support to elevate all the great work that the alumni are doing out there. Once we graduate, we are running ventures, we are part of different initiatives, we are solving problems in our different communities. And what do we need? Platforms. And that's the Mastercard Alumni Network. Just like Mfabu, we support you with the opportunities. Currently, we have an opportunity bulletin that we send out with different opportunities, ranging from jobs, scholarships, fellowships, name it. They are all opportunities for all of us to take advantage of. But once we are not intentionally partaking in the different activities planned for us, we are not going to enjoy the benefits of being a Mastercard Foundation participant of any program. So let's be mindful that Mastercard Foundation has done a great job of empowering us, taking us to the best schools, giving us the opportunity to continue with our education, and it's now time for us to give back in every capacity that you're doing. Are you a mentor? It doesn't have to be an organization that you're running and is supporting 1,000 people. If you're supporting 5 people, 1 person, that's enough. And the Mastercard Foundation Alumni Network is here to recognize that, is here to support you at every step of the way. So please be mindful, take part in the different activities that we plan for you. This year we have several that are lined up, and we are trying to make sure that in the next 5-6 years to come, you're all part of such a rich network. Just outside Mfabu, you have another family, which is the Mastercard Foundation Alumni Network. And this is not just Uganda, it's cutting across. And some of the activities that we'll be planning, the activities that are going to cut across different countries. So you'll probably be on a Zoom call with someone from Senegal, someone from North America, someone from Ghana, and we are all people of like minds, because we care for our communities. We want to see problems solved. Someone mentioned at the airport there's a lot of politics. I agree with you. But if you are people who have been graduated from ethical institutions, we've been supported, we've seen the light, we are young, enthusiastic to support, to build and be part of the solution, we have to come out of our comfort zones, partake in the different activities that we plan. If you have any questions, you can go to the Mastercard Foundation alumni page. Just under the Mastercard Foundation, the bigger umbrella, there's the Mastercard Foundation Alumni Network. So you can get all the information that you need. And for those who are on Zoom, a fellow committee member is sharing an interest form. So for you to be a part or to partake in the different opportunities, activities that we plan as the Mastercard Foundation Alumni Network, you have to subscribe to it. We know that by default you should be members, but then we want you to be committed to partaking in the different activities. That's why there's an interest form. So when you sign up, we take your details, and every month we send you a bulletin. Every now and then we reach out to you. There's a Telegram page, and you can as well subscribe to that. Different opportunities are shared there. Different activities are planned for you. Zoom webinars, bringing in people from different industries. You could be there thinking about an idea and how to make it, come to fruition, but you have no clue how to do that. There are resources for you. And you can only take part of those resources if you intentionally make a decision that this is a community that I belong to and I want to partake in all the activities planned for me. So I don't know if anyone has any questions, but briefly, that's the Mastercard Alumni Network. We are 6-7 people. Unfortunately, they are not here. Not everyone is here, and they are from different programs, by the way. It's not just the Scholars Program. And I know Derek will be joining us later on. You get to meet him. He's also part of the committee. And we've been around for 2 years now. It started in 2020. So every year, or every of the committee. So I'm happy to answer that. When we joined the Mastercard Foundation Alumni Committee, I think the application had already been rolled out, and we were working closely with the people who had been selected. I don't know what the process was in the selection of whoever they picked, but what I know, when we came on board, we worked with the people who had been selected. But moving forward, actually, we're going to have a closing ceremony for the members who had been selected, because we've been working with them for a year now. We'll close that on Friday, this Friday. But moving forward, we'll be working closely with the different Mastercard programs. So if you notice, the ambassadors that we have now alumni of different Mastercard Foundation programs, then we have to include the other people. So from Dynamic, from Reforum, we need a representative from Yali. We have to tap into those networks by having people from those places. So now it's going to be a different dynamic, totally different from what they used the first time. But I don't know if you applied. Unfortunately, if you didn't hear from them, I'm sorry to hear that. But moving forward, it's going to be a streamlined process to get everybody on board. Yeah.
Any others? Okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Is that enough? Thank you so much, Angela, for letting these people know about the MCF Alumni UG Committee and the work it is doing and how we can really be part, because it's actually compulsory that we must be part of it. Because when you are an alumna or an alumnus, it's something to do with birth, as if it's birth. Like if you're born short, cannot say for me, I want to be told what is this, or they blame you because you're short. No, you didn't order that. You didn't order for that. So to be an alumna or an alumnus, even if you cry and say, I want to be an alumna, you have to be one, because you are sponsored by Mastercard Foundation, at BRAC or at any other partners with Mastercard. So we are going to be having a working breakfast, and the Minister in charge of Internal Affairs, Madam Peace Ahimsibwe, for today, she's in charge of Internal Affairs. When the one inside demands for the one in the pot, you know you cannot pay extra attention. So we shall be serving you a working breakfast. As we have the program moving on, we shall be taking something into our gastrointestinal tract. Abaye muvuze. Council Abbas, you know the GIT? Okay. I'm very proud to be messing up with you for for once. Yeah, so as we have that working breakfast, we shall be hearing from Mr. Chomhendo Brihan, who is representing the Alumni Supreme Council, or the ASCC. And he's going to be telling us about what they are doing and what is their work, and how they feel like being here at the annual general meeting as we move forward. So Madam Peace and your team, please arrange Mr. DJ Webereremu as Mr. Chomhendo Brihan prepares. Thank you so much. Madam Karen Oken, Megan, to us, the network, we thank you so much for being part of us, Mama. Sister Nafula, the chairperson Electoral Commission from Mfabu, you're welcome. She told me she lost the grandpa. We are with you in prayer and in spirit, Madam Sister Nafula. Dennis Asimwe, you're welcome. Ambrose Akanyihayo, the pioneer chairperson to the network, is in Canada. Thank you for coming through. Deacon Isaac, Elizabeth Nancha, Frank Kutensa, you're welcome. Isaac Ainoksima, thank you so much. Joshua Kasirie, thank you for being part of the Zoom meeting, and thank you so much for being part of the AGM 2021. Lodio Emmanuel, thank you. Martha Apako from Gulu, thank you so much. Mambu Anet, Mulani Boniface Netonge, thank you so much. Our very first communications manager who worked with Igafred, Mr. Mulani Boniface. Musanje Isaac, Nawera Femia, thank you so much. Nahura Jim, they told me you are abroad. I don't know which abroad. You inbox me. Jim Nahura, thank you so much for being part of this great AGM. Rain Innocent Green Kabale, thank you so much. And Asime Damali, she's in charge of agriculture things. Asime Damali, thank you so much for coming through. Tumugonze Mary Goretti, Bahemba Jacqueline, we shall be having most of these people joining us through the Zoom bridge so that we hear from them. Thank you so much, Mr. DJ, keep it up. But I can't get you. You tell them about the Alumni Supreme Council. Some of these alumni may not be knowing about the ASCC and its work. In a minute, you will tell them about that. He's the representative of the Alumni Supreme Council today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chomuhendo Bruhan.
Thank you so much, moderator and communications manager. My name is Chomuhendo Bruhan. I'm happy to be here, and I salute you all, Mfabu. I'm a member of the Alumni Supreme Council, and Alumni Supreme Council is a council that is composed of members that serve this network in the first regime. We have two ladies and two gentlemen who were all in the first committee that served Mfabu. And having had vast knowledge about this network, we are in that sorry for the cough. We have that authority to be able to guide the network where possible, mostly the serving leaders of this network, the National Executive Committee. As Alumni Supreme Council, we lead from behind. We don't be the frontiers of the different projects, but we are here to guide where possible. This should be done like this. No, maybe if you're going out against the constitution of Mufab's need for reforms within the constitution, we are there to guide. And in any project that Mufab is running, we are there as knowledge givers. As Alumni Supreme Council, we've seen a lot of projects implemented by this network, and we really applaud this serving committee. They've done a great work amid this COVID-19 pandemic. They didn't give an excuse for not serving. So I think you can clap for them. As Mfabu, it's the time that we need more agility, more thinking, and being responsive in whatever Mfabu is carrying out, because the MCF program phased out. So since it's phased out, we are not getting any funding from them, most especially from BRAC, funding our rent and the other projects we run. So that we're going to be self-funding our projects all through the donations we shall achieve. So we need you more than before. That the bonding keeps strong, and if you're called upon for any project or for any initiative, I really implore you to be responsive, such that we can drive this network to greatness. One of our alumni, a poet, currently in Ghana, Amulos Proskovia, said that Mfabu shall be a song that will be sung on the streets of Kampala. But we've gone beyond that now. We are having Mfabu go to the globe. We are having UN fellows. So, meaning we are creating impact globally. We need you more than before to have our song, Mfabu, sung on the streets of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chomuhendo. Minister of Internal Affairs, please. Hope you're working hard. Mr. DJ, come on. Thank you.
And it goes like, my mind there for you.
Consolidating 2021, which is taking place on 19th of March 2022. Now this life no balance. We are in 2022, but we are having an AGM of 2021. As I just earlier told you that the effects of the pandemic are so fresh on our minds. But in our culture we say echebazuba nobworo nobugumba. That what people can forget so easily is poverty and barrenness. When you are poor and boom, you get money. The following day somebody finds you and is like, yes, poor guy. You can say, what? What do you just say? So you forget that very fast. So the effects are so fresh on our minds. That's why we are having AGM 2021 in 2022. And I keep welcoming the new faces, Mr. Ongei Oscar Printer, the former president for the Northern Chapter. Thank you so much for coming through. We welcome you. Madam Kawala Mary, thank you for keeping your promise. You have a with them, Yakola Saint. She works with Brack at country office, and she's also an alumni. When I say that, you might think she was part of the scholarship supervisors. No, she's been part of us. And she also sits on the Alumni Spring Council. Thank you so much, Madam. I can see very many others. Madam Brave Nsimire Mukama. Thank you so much. Aha, Madam Liz Empire. I can see Fatima Nakanjako. Aha, Ivani. Team from Sifrash, where are you? Sifrash? Yes, Tyrus and a friend. Are you guys, is there anything going on? You can please let us know. We're good at that. As Mfab, it's a family. Mr. Brian, the former president, Western Chapter. Thank you so much. In case I didn't mention your name, please. I'm very sorry. I'm a human being also. Yeah? I forget, but I'll keep mentioning you. Pola and Pola. So thank you so much for loving Mufab, guys. Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much for making it physically with no transport refund. I think for the very first time. Yeah, thank you. I'm so humbled. Our guests who are coming through, thank you so much also. I'm forgetting the name of the president, Eastern Chapter, the former president. What's his name? Huh? Yes, Babinga Gonzaga, doctor. Eh? Thank you so much for coming and for making it. The guy is smartly dressed in a suit. He looks very legit and nice. Thank you. And a friend, you're welcome to this function. DJ, hi.
I promise to be loving you. Me I dey keep for you. I love so true. No be butterfly.
After the AGM report presentation from Mr. Omoit Elvis, the Lion, Mr. Cyrus Ruweza, Mr. Nuwahereza Livingstone, they'll be taking us through the report. This report tends to summarize the immeasurable achievements that we've had just within this 1 year of 2021. And that's all about the annual general meeting report. So we'll be getting to know what Mfabu has been doing. I've been following some of your inquiries in our WhatsApp platforms. You're asking, what are you guys doing? It looks like you're eating money. What? All those questions keep coming through. But we are going to be having a report from these people, from some of the achievements that they have captured. And you know, you'll be getting to know what is really happening or what happened during the year 2021, irrespective of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much. I hope you guys are ready. This annual general meeting is hinged on a theme consolidating our immeasurable achievements through teamwork for a sustainable development of, for a sustainable network. And these guys will be sailing us through the report. Thank you so much. The Lion is our entrepreneurship minister at MasterCard Foundation, alumni at Black Uganda. Mfabu, thank you.
Girl, I've been waiting for a very
Elvis, where are you?
time for you to come in my life. You've been on my mind.
So we're going to give you a report for the year 2021, and this report is basically a consolidation of activities and events that happened within the year 2021. This report will be presented by around 4 people because it's a big report. I don't know if we will be able, you guys be able to see some slides here, but as well, Munjereza kindly share the slides with these people so that you guys can be following on your phone in case you can't use the screen here. But for the people online, you will be able to see very well, apart from you guys, because the output here is not so clear because of the weather. This report will be presented by me, Silas, and then we'll have the human being around, the emperor, and then we shall have Weyaba Martin, the guy I told you about, and then we shall also have Onwaireza Livingstone, who will give us the financial report for the year 2021. I know you guys are interested in knowing how many millions do we have on our account. Do we have 2 million, 3 million, 1 million, or we are now already in negatives? All those questions will be answered by the time this discussion gets done. It will be a 1-hour discussion, presentation. And then from there, according to the program, we shall have... You've shared. Okay. Yeah, for those online, we'll be projecting, you'll be seeing on your screens. And then, like I said, for those ones who are here, we will share with you the document. Munjereza kindly share in those groups. If you're not in any of those WhatsApp groups of ours, you will let us know. He will send it to you directly that you can be following from your phone in case your eyes can't read from here, which is most likely going to be the case. Elvis is going to begin, and I will chip in later on. Thank you so much. We beg your attention. And if you have any questions, because the presentation is long, just note them somewhere. And when the time comes, you present. After this, we shall have another presentation from Abasu Liombo, which is basically a presentation of proposed amendments. Like I told you, this network is not a network of mediocres as of now. It is a network of people who want to grow it, and a network that we want to benefit us as well as the people that we want to serve. Like we know, if you're not empowered, you can't empower, right? So if you cannot empower your network to be the network that can empower other people, then you're likely to fail along the way on your quest for empowerment. Thank you so much, Elvis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Silas. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Elvis Omoit, and I'm the Entrepreneurship Minister, Mfabu. So I'll be taking you through part of the presentation of some of the things about Mfabu, and some of which you already know, and also we shall be able to go through some of the activities that we have done throughout the year, and also give an accountability of probably what we have, and what we are leaving behind. Yeah, so to start with, our flow will be, we shall have some introduction about Mfabu, and then we shall have someone taking us through the activities where we have, we well know that we were incorporated as a company, and we are on our way to becoming a fully registered organization. Then we shall have highlights on induction and graduation. We shall have highlights on the stakeholders engagement that took place this year at Hotel Africana. Then we shall have some highlights on the meetings that we've held. Then we shall have highlights on the aid education project and career guidance, which has been an amazing project for some of you who have followed it. Then I shall have something on the Mfabu intervention in ending teenage pregnancy, which was a 30-day campaign that was really, really very amazing. Then we shall also look at our different links at the universities, Gulu University, Chambogo University, Makerere University. You guys are doing great work at the different links, and also give highlights on the gala and health camp we had. Yeah, so to start with, who are we as Mfabu? Mfabu is a registered organization that unites alumni to the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program at BRAC.
It's something we were supposed to do before we started this. And sorry, we forgot, we didn't have it on the program, but allow me to take you through. It's going to be very short. I was supposed to read for you the resolution that we made in 2020 at the AGM. And then this AGM is supposed to show you whether we achieved or not. Besides that, there's also a work plan, which I think you have. If you don't have it, you'll check on our notes board, it's there. So quickly, let me go through these like resolutions, and then we will continue. The first resolution was Mfabu AGM 2020 resolved to include membership category of life members whose fees shall be determined from one time to time by the SEC, that is the Central Executive Committee. Resolution number 2 was Mfabu 2020 resolved that the ordinary membership be categorized into two. Members who renew their subscription annually and will have full voting rights, and then members who do not renew annual subscriptions fee, these ones who pay once in a year, once in a lifetime, and then they forget us, and those ones will have limited voting rights. And then, actually, that means in these current elections, if you've not subscribed either last year or this year, as we shall maybe decide, you may not be able to vote or even participate in the election. The other resolution was Mfabu AGM 2020 resolved to have inclusive court leadership later. This one is basically if the chapter president of Eastern chapter shouldn't be the current president, the current scholar who is graduating from high school. Reason, we shall not be having any more courts graduating. That means any president can be from any year, 2014, 16, or something like that. The other resolution was that the SEC Secretariat put a mechanism to track all alumni who paid for their identity cards and collect their information by mail and proof of payment be submitted by the alumni via the email. So you will find out whether we achieved this or not. And then Mfabu AGM 2020 resolved that all members who defaulted to renew their annual subscription fees for the last 2 years be forgiven and life continues. And then Mfabu AGM 2020 resolved that all members who defaulted to renew their annual subscription for the last 2 years, this is the same, sorry about that. And then the other resolution was communication using short message service, SMS, be adopted to improve communication to all the network members. And then that Mfabu AGM 2020 also authorized the official registration of Mfabu as a company limited by guarantee and later on adopt as an NGO status. The other resolution was AGM authorized the Mfabu leadership to make a communication within a fortnight to all members what it takes to be an official Mfabu member, which I think we did in the first 2 weeks of January last year. Then the Mfabu AGM 2020 authorized the SEC to activate the concept of clubs of professionals that links alumni such as doctors, land surveyors, pharmacists, among others. The Mfabu AGM 2020 also resolved that the SEC is directed to activate and effectively utilize the category of special membership so as to bring other stakeholders on board, and similarly more ways to be developed to involve other stakeholders of the network. And then the last resolution was that by March 2021, a clear work plan reflecting the above resolutions to be developed by SEC and shared by all the concerned stakeholders across all media platforms. Those were the resolutions for 2020. I hope you ponder upon them. And as well as I think by the time this day ends, we shall have resolutions for this year, 2021, that will take effect in this year that we are in already. Thank you. I'm sorry for that interruption. Elvis, kindly continue.
Okay, thank you very much, Silas, for the updates on the resolutions. Yeah, so to pick up from where I was, Mfabu is, we are now a youth-led organization that unites the alumni of the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program at BRAC, Uganda. And our vision is creating a critical mass of ethical leaders, giving back for sustainable development. And we do this through inspiring youth to become ethical leaders and encouraging them to involve in community transformation through give back, advocacy, and peer-to-peer empowerment for sustainable development. Yeah, so our tagline as Mfabu is... okay. People are eating. Yeah, so we thrive together. And I don't know whether we know what that means, thriving together. It means we leave no one behind. We are moving as a movement. Not NRM, anyway. Yeah, so unfortunately, the DJ gave me a color of a mic I don't like, but we shall continue with life. Yeah, so looking back to our membership, in the year 2014, we had 115 alumni. In the year 2015, we had 478 members. In the year 2016, we had 507 members joining the Alumni Association. In 2017, we had 506. 2018, we had 487. 2019, we had 1,153. 2021, we had 2,139. And we are 5,445 in total. Unfortunately, we've lost some of our colleagues along the way. May their souls rest in peace. We've lost so far 4 alumni. Maybe if we could take a few seconds to just have a moment of silence and I remember these colleagues. Yeah, may their souls rest in peace. Yeah, so the alumni network has grown really over the years. Looking at our current leadership structure, which I'm very certain is likely to change with the approval of the AGM, we have the chairperson and the Central Executive Committee. Then we have the departmental ministries, chapter committees, and institutional links. Then at another level of hierarchy, we have the Alumni Supreme Council, and we also had the panel of advisors, and now since the scholarship program has ended, we have the Alumni Supreme Council as the panel of advisors. Yeah, so Our chapters are divided into regions. It provides that platform for some of us to enter into these organizations through probably internships or volunteer opportunities. I think it could play a very big role in your transition. Yeah, then we partner with the MasterCard Foundation and its implementing authority, which is BRAC Uganda, in realization of its cherished goals, particularly of excellence. Management capacity in Ugandan communities. And of course, we've done this. We've had some capacity building sessions for us here. Despite the fact that we've had COVID around, at least we've tried our level best to try to see that we have some of these programs running for the alumni specifically, but also for other youth in communities. And then we promote members' commitment through honoring distinguished students, members of staff, and exemplary alumni in society. Then we interact and share experiences and expertise between the alumni, and to enable members mark new contacts and to keep in touch with the MasterCard Foundation at BRAC Uganda and outside Uganda. I mean, we have a lot of friends in this network and outside this network. I can tell you from personal experience, this network has helped me grow as an individual, and I mean, I can testify that it has taken me places where probably I wouldn't have gone if it wasn't for Mfabu. So ideally, you can also use this network for your own benefit. That is if you're strategic and you're involved. This is a big brand, by the way. Mfabu is a big brand if you didn't know. That is just a tip for you to know. Then we assist in placement of graduates of the MasterCard Foundation by soliciting possible employers. Of course, this is in progress. We are not yet there. At least we have some of the examples of people who work with some of organizations, with BRAC and with MCF. And I mean, we are yet to be there. It's a process. And I would encourage you to trust the process. Yeah, so I think I'll stop there for now, and I'll invite Silas to take over from here. Yeah, thank you very much.
May I confirm whether we've received the PPT on our phones? How many of us have the PowerPoint presentation on our phones? From this side, how many of us have it? I don't know if you're able to follow from the other side, but I'll try as much as I can to make sure that at least you can get to know what I'm trying to mean, even when you're not seeing the presentation. But it's better you download it from those groups, and I'm sure all of you are in those groups where we've sent the document. Like the AGM told us, the 2020 resolution, one of them was that we were allowed to incorporate Mfabu with Uganda Registration Services Bureau, URSB, and we did that early last year. As we talk right now, when you enter our office on this side of the wall, you will see that certificate of incorporation with a registration number as well. And as well as you can take it online, you just look for MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda. Somewhere they will bring you a feed which takes you to that kind of registration. I hope before you leave, you will see that certificate. Of course, plus the one of Compassion Sense, which we registered in 2020. And that is the company which helped us to do things to do with sanitizers and the sanitizer and the face masks and other things. We also did, because we wanted to remove issues of doubt and issues of, I don't know how to say it, issues of transparency. In that, for instance, if you have a campaign and I tell you, you send that money and the name and the number is raised in the names of Silas Ruweza, in your heart you'll be like, but will Silas really submit this money back to Mfabu? So we wanted to bring, to remove those doubts from the people who want to support us. And by that, we registered with MTN Momo Pay, whereby now for any support you want to give to Mfabu, it is just a code, just 165*3. And then for those who are writing, you put in our MTN merchant code, which is 318760. So once you do that, you put in the money that you want to send to Mfabu, and then at the end, you will see MTN telling you that you're sending this money to MasterCard Foundation, alumni at BRAC Uganda. Now, on our side, once we receive this money is connected directly to our bank account in DFCU. So we just transfer that money directly to the account. And then the account in DFCU is managed by me, the Chief Financial Officer there, Mr. Tabu Francis. You know Tabu Francis? The current acting country director of BRAC Uganda. And the big lady here, Madam Kawala Mary. They're the people managing that account. But again, for Momo Pay, you can actually see online there's a website which you use, all of us who are on MomoPay, I mean businesses. You can go and download all the transactions that happened. So if Silas chewed that Kamani, you will ask him, Silas, someone sent you this 10,000, where is it? Can we have that Kamani? So it helps us on how we're going to track our transaction. As well as, we also registered with Uganda Revenue Authority. We have a TIN number as Mfabu, and this means that we can do business with any company or any organization that's so much. You know, these days there's what we call IFRIS. How many of us know IFRIS apart from Kawala? So IFRIS is a system with URA, like with URA, in that some organizations cannot allow you to give them these receipts that you're going to get from NASA. The receipt has to come from URA, in that you've paid taxi and URA knows that you've submitted some goods to this company. So that is the system that we are on, and we did that mainly to help us do partner and work with other services, other organizations and companies that may be interested in our services. And our services are very many, by the way. You may not only seeing this sanitizer and the rest, but soon you'll be seeing me as a service. Me coming to your school for career guidance, you have to first put there 1 million for as long as Mfabu is coming. And that is something that you're going to be implementing for the next regime. I don't know how they will do it, but I'm sure they will. And then we also had the induction and graduation ceremony in May last year. This was an event that happened in 6 venues across the country. We had one of the venues was in Budo for Central Chapter. The other venue was in, we had Teso College Aloyet for alumni from Karamoja and Teso Sub-Region. We had one in Lugaz for Busoga Sub-Region and Eligon and some parts of Busia. Then we had Western, we were in Fort Porter, Charambe Girls, to cover Bunyoro and Hoima, plus Renzori. And then we were in Imbara High School, in Imbara, to cover Great Ankole and Tigezi. And we are also at Budo SS to cover Central Chapter. There were so many moments that if you guys have the PowerPoint, you can see those moments. These guys really had fun, and I think they can testify, especially those who are with me at Central, at Budo SS. The fun was too much. That young man can testify. I think even at Imbara High School, it was fun-packed. In total, we had 2,139 scholars join this network. There are those from TVET and those who were from the scholars program who finished high school. So if you had a PowerPoint, you'll be seeing some amazing photos for Teso College Aloyet alumni there. I'm seeing a Western Chapter alumni, Northern Chapter alumni, and Southern Chapter. I'm seeing Mr. Muyambi cutting the cake seriously, plus the outgoing, the leaders that were serving previously. And then this event did not just happen. We had to sit here for sleepless nights to plan for those 6 venues. Mind you, everything that you saw in the induction, across all those 6 venues, it was done by Mfabu. We were given the mandate to conduct everything. And as we go on, you will see this activity was actually the biggest expenditure that we've ever had in this network. Conducting this activity in 6 venues across the country with all the activities that you guys know that happened, elections and all that stuff, everything, it really costed us. And we had to sit here for sleepless nights. If you can see there, try to see, there are some people here sitting seriously. I can see the people who are here. I'm seeing Janet is here. Seeing Derek and the wife, but right now they are not here, but they did great work for those of you who graduated, plus very many other people that did take part in this planning meeting. So whenever you see something happening in Mfabu, don't think it just comes from nowhere and it just happens. Just know there are some guys who don't sleep. I remember when we were loading books for Ed Education, that whole office was full up to the roof. I was with that young man. It reached the point when we had to remove all our trousers and only remain with this one. I mean, remove all the t-shirt and be naked because you can't manage. But if I showed you that photo, you'd be like, even sales can go up to this extent. But that is what we go through for us as we want to serve. He can tell you how he carried books. He first carried books off the shore of the river, then had to carry the bicycle like through the river and then after load again. That is the work that some of us go through just because we want to serve people. Again, there are so much serious photos. We had super branding. We had super, especially at the regional, at the Kampala venue. We had super cake, super photography, super music. Everything was actually very super. And that marked the end of that induction ceremony. With time, as we go on, the finance guy will tell you how many members subscribed, how much did we collect from like the subscription and all that stuff. And then how much did we spend on entirely on the whole activity in all the 6 venues. And then we also had a very important activity that we did in September last year. And this was none other than, I'm seeing another ancestor coming in, and who is also part of the Electoral Commission. Mr. Rauman Kasuja Abdurrahman Arali, you're most welcome, and thank you so much for coming in. Kasuja is like me, 2014, but we're in different schools. His school is now a late school. It's no more. So we can pray for his school to rest in peace. His school was East High School in Tinda. I hope I will take him to Hannah anyway. So we had the stakeholders conference. And why did we cut out the stakeholders conference? And what was it all about? Some of you managed to attend. Somehow we had very bad live streaming that day because of network. And the service provider that we got didn't really, we didn't like his service that day. Though he had proved to us that he's good. Then at one point something happened. And then he didn't prove to us that he could provide. So we didn't have live streaming that you guys would have wanted. But at least we had sound on Zoom. Some of you followed. So the stakeholders conference basically brought together different stakeholders who are at the center of serving young people. You understand Mfabu is purely young people, for young people. Sometimes we even go beyond young people and serve old people, but we're mainly concerned with young people. So these organizations were brought together to find ways of how we could work with them, and as well as know what they do and what is it there for the young people that Mfabu could actually tap in. So this conference was purely supported and sponsored by BRAC Uganda and the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program. And of course, plus a few add-ins from us as Mfabu, because the budget was not enough to run the whole activity. This event, like I said, took place at Hotel Africana on 24th of September last year. We had very many organizations joining in. I would read a few here. We had BRAC Uganda. We had BRAC Bank Uganda Limited. We had the United Nations. These were supposed to live stream from Geneva, but because of that service provider, we couldn't connect with them. As well as the MasterCard Foundation that confirmed presence or attendance online, but we also couldn't connect to them, but they were following on Zoom. We also had a private sector foundation, Uganda, you know that one? The one which is implementing Young Africa Works and the MasterCard Foundation. We also had Reproductive Health Uganda, I think you know that. We had United Nations Development Program, UNDP Uganda. We had the resident director sending a representative who is also the person responsible for youth programs. We had Innovation Village, I think you also know that one. We had Outbox, we had Good Leisure Farm, we had Rising Voices, we had Richer Hand, we had VSO, we had Smart 24 TV, among others. If you're online, the next slide would show you which partners in terms of their brands. Those are the people that were with us. Each one had sent a representative. And that conference for the coming team, I hope you will leverage on that. Because once you go to UNDP now, you will know that Mfabu knows, they know Mfabu, that Mfabu exists. The current lady, she's called Kawala after? Elsie. I don't think she's called Atafa. I think she's called Elsie Atafua, right? Yes. Not Atafa. That lady already knows what Mfabu is. And I would like to recognize just one person who actually saw this and saw a lot of light in it. We had 2 people mainly, actually 3. Mr. Swagatam Chakuma was at the forefront of this conference, actually 4. I think the number will keep increasing, but let me just mention 4. We had Madam Caroline O'Kenny, who was the former Megan. Like now the program is no more. And then we had the country director, Dr. George Matete, the former CD of BRAC Uganda, as well as the big man who as well as also helped us to give a keynote address. You imagine young people inviting you to give a keynote address, and you go home and sit down and prepare a PowerPoint presentation, you do research, and then come and present. That shows that Mfabu, we are not somehow small. Some people see sense in us, but it's upon you if you see sense in yourself and you portray that sense. Am I speaking sense? So, and that is Mr. Tabu Francis. He helped us to give a keynote address. So those photos, if you can see on the next slide, there are those beautiful photos taken by one of the best photographers in town, who is also with us here, wow. Mr. Twal. It was a very lively conference, and the attendance was very nice, though we're in the pandemic, but we actually achieved what we wanted. We also had exhibitions on that same day. We had different projects of the alumni exhibiting. We had Animasters Uganda Limited, and then we had St. Bob. No, we didn't have St. Bob. We had Focus Lane Development Uganda. We had Chip Build Limited. We had First Mere. That's a company owned by one of us who, I think she's still in Costa Rica. So a lot of people showed what they can do. Of course, plus ours, we had sanitizers, the jumpers, these ones, how do you call them? The wristbands, and very many other things that we had to showcase at that event. We did that because in case UNDP wants you to supply wristbands, then they can contract you. And then for you also subcontract someone at NASA, and you have that thing delivered. Am I making sense? Because that's how these things run. A Chinese gets a deal. Trust me, you will not find a Chinese anywhere on those instruments. You will get the deal and then subcontract everything. And in fact, the road is done by Ugandans 99.9%. The other guy is only going to come and say, how many bags of cement do you need today? We need 30. Bring 30 bags of cement. And just being there to know that work is moving, but you guys are the ones doing the work. And that's how the business are run. In oil and gas industry, I'm a petroleum geoscientist. What happens there? You find, for instance, Total has a well, these oil wells. But you find the company just drilling one well. There are like 6 companies, each one doing something different. One company is in the computer. One company is studying how those pipes are moving down. One company is drilling. One company is supplying the pipes. One company is doing this, but all of them are achieving one end goal. And I hope Mfabu will also tap in that. For the new regime that may be coming up, please think about that. And then we also had to launch that beautiful initiative behind you for those guys who are that side. The Mfabu Circle, a pen saved is a penny earned. We have not really done a lot in terms of putting it to life, but at least we've launched it. And we've put a few strategies that will make sure that the coming team, I think, should be the first thing that should be done. We did that because we are trying to look for ways how our alumni will get involved in Mfabu without us always asking them, now we have this COVID whatever campaign, you send us 10,000. Now we want at least you are actively involved. If you're saving with us and you can have access to credit from our circle, then we know you're actively involved within the works of the network, whether you want or whether you don't want, because there is something that you're actually doing directly. Because we cannot involve everyone, but this circle can involve everyone. And at the same time, we are young people, and you know how access to credit is hard for us, yet we have very many needs. You can even sleep on an empty stomach when you could have gotten a loan of 5K from Mfabu. On just your smartphone, tip, 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 Tyler, send me 5K. And you get your loan and pay back. The profit that comes out of it, you actually be part of that same profit. So I hope the new team that comes up will really take advantage of this. And you can write very many proposals on this, and perhaps you may even win funding. We have Young Africa Works coming up. What are they looking at? Offering jobs to young people. How many jobs can you create once you have this circle? How many people can access funding from your circle? I mean, our very own. There are very many. And if you can pretty well defend this, I don't know, but I'm sure you can get funding. And I hope the next team should be listening. We had Elvis. Please come and present about the Ed Education Project before I lose my voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ailas. Wow. Mfabu Zoe. You guys have had some breakfast, so I want to hear the energy. Mfabu Zoe. All right, that's nice. Yeah, so about the aid education project and career guidance, this was conducted through the education ministry. I almost went for the entrepreneurship ministry. It's just close here. So it was under the theme of giving back to aid education amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Is it still COVID-19? Okay, so 11 under-resourced schools across 5 regions of Uganda were selected, and 2,424 students were reached out to through this project. There was one in Nakasongola SS, and there was a Target Community SS, there was Ndora SS, Kavindi SS, Serere SS, Bugwere High School, Kagote SS, Rubona SS, among other schools. Yeah, so basically what happened, we were donating books to these schools. If you've actually passed around one of our rooms here in office, it was filled with books. We were able to acquire some of these materials through the scholarship program at BRAC, and we selected schools across the country in different regions, and we were looking specifically at schools that are under-resourced in their libraries. I mean, we've had a chance of attending schools that have some of these resources, and we know how important they are. So we thought it is important to also give back in a way of looking at some of these underprivileged communities, schools in communities that lack these materials. Yeah, so in the central, there was Nakasongola SS and Target Community SS, and in southern we had Andorra Secondary School and Kavindi Secondary School, which is in Kabale and Chisoro respectively. Then in the eastern we had Serere Secondary School and Bugwere High School in Budaka and Serere respectively. Then we had Kagote Secondary School, Rubona Secondary School, Kagoma SS, and Brain Bridge High School in Western Chapter. Then we had Alito SS, Buluge SS in the Northern Chapter, where I think Oscar coordinated very well. And he was always here at office. You guys give me my books. I want to take them. Yeah, I really like his his kind of motivation and energy. Yeah, then we had Nalinya and Aguirre SS and Akavale SS. Yeah, so the books donated were 50,400 in total so far, and we are yet to donate more. Yeah, so we also had the PSS trainings for those that attended, and 6 training sessions were conducted, and 4 sessions targeted alumni of 2014 to 2019. Then 2 sessions targeted the alumni of 2021 to prepare them for a transition. And of course, this was supported by MCF through the COVID-19 relief and resilience plan at BRAC Uganda. And if you have the slides, you can see some of the pictures of the PSS training. So I will invite Martin to talk about the COVID-19 relief pads campaign. Yeah, Martin, come and take it.
Wow. Once again, a good afternoon. How has been our break? It's been nice. Those online have missed break, but nevertheless, I love what you're seeing. Martin is my name, Martin Oyava. We carried out a lot during that time of Mfabu, during the COVID-19 saga. According to the statistics that were released, we found out that 70% of the adolescent girls all over the country have been affected by the pandemic. And basically, or most especially, adolescent girls were most affected in the remote areas. Here in towns, we may not realize or we may not see the impact of COVID on the adolescent girls during the menstrual seasons. Each and everyone knows it's a norm for every lady who has reached puberty to menstruate. Monthly, it's a norm, and it's of no any crime. But nevertheless, you find that when you get to the villages, people believe in different things. People believe in different cultures and different norms that govern their tribes, their communities, I can say their families. In some areas, when people start to menstruate, they are sent to the villages. They are sent to the forest. They be there for all the 3 days or 4 or 5 days to sit there. Their blood flows and they I don't know, but when you're sent to the forest, they dig for you a hole. So all the time you're sitting there like this. You know, I like so much demonstrating. So online people might not see me well. So when they dig for you a hole, you'll be sitting there all the time, the whole day. And in the night, they now come and cover you. They put you in a separate place, different from where others are. You don't associate with anyone. That is culture for different people. And how it is traumatizing for real. During that time, and no one really gives you peace to feel in the community. But as Mfabu, we said, no, we can end this with the younger people. Because there is no change if we are not to change. It begins with us. And as Mfabu, we say, no, we can't let such things be. We partnered with different organizations that was focused on African child for work, Inspired Women in Uganda. We had the Girl Up Uganda. And during that time, these people combined their efforts to see that we save the adolescent girls. When you go to the community or deep down there in the village, you find that really the need, I can say, is high. The demand for such information is really high. So we tried, but we couldn't reach everyone. When you go to the villages, I have videos here. I don't know if we can play them. But when you go there, even the mothers will speak the bitterness they feel on their heart. Because different people or different girls in the villages, I know time will come. At this time, they feel they are so mature. At this time, they feel they are other women now. They compare themselves to their mothers. We are now mature. You can't speak about me. Because I'm a woman, I can now bear children. At such a time, there are some mental issues that get into you as girls, and you'll be like, I can do anything for me. Don't talk about me. Who are you? You keep talking around. Yet you're just being deceived with some small, I can say little, the so-called big boys in the community. They deceive you. I told them they come with a cosmophone telling you heaven and earth. And after you're pregnant, they dump you. Or after they give you that penny to buy a pad, in return, you'll need to pay for it. And how are you going to pay? Menstruation is associated with a lot of challenges. After, when you're pregnant, you don't want to bear the pregnancy, you abort. And after aborting, you can't manage it well, you die. Who has lost? You've lost your life. You've lost, people in the community have lost you. Maybe you've been a good girl that is gonna be a servant or the change to the community. But you've gone. So as Mfabu, we said no, such should happen. And I want to appreciate each and everyone that joined in donation. God abundantly bless you. Can you clap for those people? Because you truly gave in your heart. It is not easy to pull your money. Like Papa was saying, just sending money to some number and it is reading some other name. But at least he tried his best. Let's clap for our Papa. I am really so humbled, Papa, for the great service that you gave to the platform. Because you exposed many of us. Where would we be if it wasn't Mfabu? Clap for Mfabu. Mfabu is at heart. Of recent, someone was telling me, but you is Mfabu. I told them Mfabu is home. The same thing can be with us. Mfabu is home. Wherever you go, whether you go where, you get back home. Home is the best. I love home. Hallelujah. I just don't know. But home is home. And it is season, whether you want or you don't want. The generation we are in, the younger generation, we need your energy. If we join our hands together, we can do it. Don't be deceived. Let them alone. Like Papa said, I am not in any leadership committee in Mfabu. But I say we can be the change that people need. Of recent, I love see fresh boys. I have seen them there. Papa Silas. He's called Tylas. So many times I keep thinking is Silas. I was supporting a girl child for presidency. And you know, this time it was madness. I love it. It was madness, and when you're supporting the girl child, there are a lot of allegations that shall come. But as younger leaders that are determined to do something, you don't give a damn. You don't give a what? A damn. So it is us to change the generations we are living in. The campaign was led, like Papa has said here, was led by Martin, however, assisted by a group of other alumni and chapter leaders for Northern and Eastern chapters. The campaign in pictures great thanks to all those that contributed towards the campaign when we were called upon. For real, we had avatars, and that's why you see a picture of, that is Kawala Meli. You can see her in the avatar. You can see here we were in Luka district, where Tylas comes from. At that season, it was really another thing. Mobilization wasn't so good, but when we got into the system, we were being, I don't know how we call it, but I was riding a bicycle as well as banging a jerrycan. in the community where I don't know how people behave, but I thank God I managed. And when I left, Tyler's told me people need me there. I don't know what do they want again. The end of teenage pregnancy campaign was really another thing that we did. The network. We still need more of such activities. It shouldn't be the last thing. And how do we do this? Already that since it was our first time, I would say, maybe as we would wish for more, we ask that we involve other people. We can involve the country. We can involve other big organizations. We can involve other volunteers wherever they would be. I know everyone wishes to support, but how are they supporting? They can't just come on board and then do something. We need to involve them by doing what? Writing letters to them, making concerts with them, because there are many people willing to do this. So as a network, I would wish that in the nearby future, when we are to have many campaigns coming on board for the benefit of both girls and boys, this time I'm not a feminist, like he said. We would have as many people involved in such occasions for the benefit of the country. If we want to change this country, then it begins with each and every one of us. We can't sit and look at anyone suffering and we say, let's wait. They have their parents. They have their what? No. You begin by yourself, the neighbor, and the fire, the friend tells a friend to tell a friend, and it will reach somewhere. How I would wish that we all have the best ever in this country, Uganda. Now that we have Mfabu that joins us, we have Mfabu a family, we have Mfabu home. We can all be here. We plan for bigger things. I would pray that in the nearby future, we have our own buildings, our own vehicles, our own everything that we need. When we have come at such occasions, we sit in our own halls for Mfabu. And this can be done with us, not anyone. Now that BRAC stopped, it is to us now to see how we can have the best of our organization. It begins with us. We are now the source. How do we get the money to fund the network? By ourselves involving in those community things, community projects. I know at home we do a lot of things, but we can bring the same knowledge. We can bring the same impact to the network, since this is home. And no one will blame you. You are benefiting the community. You are benefiting the country. If you change me, you will have changed very many people. If I change you, I will have changed almost the whole family. And if you change a family, you will change the tribe, you change the clan, and you shall find Uganda another country. We shouldn't only think in the network, but we should think in a way that we have our country, all the people. Because during this campaign, people were asking me, why Northern and Eastern Uganda? So you don't like us people in Central, in Western? I lacked answers. And for real, even those people they would wish to have such activities happen. Demonstrate to them how to put on a pad, a reusable pad. How I would remove it, and after putting it on it well, how do you wash it? And I will do that, and people would think I'm mad. But nevertheless, we did all the best for the network. Thank you very much. We strive together. Mfabu.
Thank you so much, Martin. There was no other better way of recognizing his efforts toward that campaign apart from bringing him right here and he presents to you what he did. He was my team lead as well. One thing in Mfabu, my time, or our time with these leaders, no one is a president in us. Like, we lead ourselves. You can ask him, you send him to like the northern chapter, he's going to go there as the president. He's the big man there. So I was under him in that campaign. It was a 3-month campaign. So I would go and consult. Martin, are we having the meeting today? I'm like, no, Silas, I have postponed it to tomorrow. I'll be like, yes, sir, it's okay. Let's continue with the report. There's one thing that Elvis jumped, but let me go back a bit. We had what we call the PSS training. You guys, I think, heard of what we call the MasterCard Foundation COVID-19 Resilience and Recovery Project. You guys, those ones who are 2021 alumni, the ones which gave you tabs and afterwards we said bring them back. So that project, we are also part of that project. And for us, one of the elements, it is that project which financed our ed education campaign. It was around 36 million for that campaign, for that project. And then part of that money as well went into what we call the PSS training, which is the Psychosocial Support Services training, whereby we selected our alumni. In fact, the call was free, was very open. If you applied, you went there. If you didn't apply, it is none of our business. Everything for us was open. We didn't select, apart from the 2021 alumni, whereby like we selected only chapter leaders, the best performers, and those ones who were doing some great work in their districts. And these people were brought together, and they were told or talked about things to do with the mental health, how they can know that they are mentally well, and how they can understand that see Silas, I think Silas needs a chat and how they can refer. So these people are trained, and the purpose was that they can also go and train others, and as well as identify issues within their communities, and then they can help in curbing that. As you know, we are in a terrible state. You don't know whether you're going to have a meal the next day because of the pandemic. And this project was really done well. We had 6 trainings. I was unlucky, I didn't attend any of them. Every time they would come, I would be occupied somewhere with another network activity. But most of these people here, I think, were part. Even you guys who are there. How many of us attended? How many of us attended that training in Namatawa? Even you guys in Senior 6, who are now freshers, you all attended. I can see hands are very many. And you see how you've brought yourselves now? That's how people ask why the same faces. The way the other time you applied and it was the same face, even right now you brought yourself the same face. But I wanted to say fool, but someone somewhere, no, I'm sorry, someone somewhere will ask themselves, why am I always seeing these faces on Mfabu? But have we paid you anything to come here today? No, it's because you're always available. Whether there is money, whether there is nothing, but because you love Mfabu. So that training had 6 training sessions, and we targeted alumni from 2014 to 2019, and then those ones who were just finished Senior 6. And all this happened at Namatawa and was supported by BRAC Uganda and the MasterCard Foundation CRRP project. If you had a presentation, there are very many beautiful photos, nice memories for those of you who were there. Obviously, these photos look great because they were taken by that man standing there. I hope you will produce the same this today, because I trust him. And there are photos of Martin on the border, which he talked about, which you guys will see. And there are those photos on our Twitter page. It is a pinned tweet. You will see Martin trying to show people how you can put on a pad. You should have seen him. And actually, one day, he almost showed people how to put on a condom. But I don't know how that one ended. But we shall buy for him materials that he can do that. He doesn't use exact materials. And then the other thing that we did that someone talked about, we had an event which we called the MasterCard Foundation and My Committee Global Give Back activity, which was basically a healthy camp and a sports gala. We had actually postponed or even left our sports gala and medical camp on our work plan without being done. Why? Because we're in the pandemic, and two, we had less access to finances. Because these activities, they really cost a lot. And by God's luck, the MCF Alumni Committee came in, and Mfabu was the #1 partner to do this. So we went into an agreement or an MOU with them. First of all, we pre-financed the activity, which was around 8.8 million. And that money, the foundation is paying it back to our account. But the fruits of this activity were actually, I would say it was Mfabu, because Mfabu won that gala. It was Mfabu doctors mainly who were doing the medical camp. It was Mfabu that was at the middle of organizing and everything. It was Mfabu who carried all these materials to whatever. And it's still Mfabu which is keeping those other reflector jackets for the whole activity. So somehow, somewhere, God helped us and we got that command and did the activity without us spending. So we achieved our activity, 2 activities on the work plan, as well as without spending money. We just put in a little, very like a small coins for instance, like supporting our teams, jerseys, and buying the footballs. That activity, if you have the photos, you can see Dr. Galagala and Dr. Mercy Alupo. They are here. These big people here. One is seeing that dentistry work, and I'm sure there were many testimonies from that local councils and all the people that were present. Those photos can show you what the teams did. That's our football team that won. We won actually around like 300,000, but I don't know where that money went. No, I know. We chewed it. The team that played, of course, had to be facilitated transport, come to Namungon and go back and all that stuff. But all the team that participated, thank you so much. Next time, maybe we shall, when we win again, we shall do a Mchomo night and celebrate. Hopefully that time there will be a trophy. I want to now give highlights of what transpired across the country from different chapters and links. I'm sorry for the links and chapters. If you submitted your report before Sunday this week, I mean, if you are not submitted by Sunday this week, I may not have any visuals within the report because you were late and we had already done this. Like putting all this together needed time and we couldn't wait for you. But all your work is captured in our report. This is just a PPT, but our annual report, all your work is captured with all your visuals. And once it's available, you can find all your work there. I'll begin with Gulu University Link. Gulu University Link had an outreach at Mother Teresa Primary School, as well as they had a welcome party for the freshers. Mfabu managed to give in a small contribution to them of around 50,000. Yes, that was, how many dollars are those? Around $13. Yes, that was a great contribution. You guys should clap for us. You know why I'm saying so? Because we contributed, but we've not received any contribution in terms of annual membership subscription from those links. And this is the second time we are supporting such links. For Gulu, now we've given them 100,000 so far, but we've not gotten even 1,000. Even the ones that we've supported, we are doing this for you, like to come together, that you can meet as well as remind these people that they need to subscribe. Because at the end of the day, I will always repeat it, Mfabu is MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda, and you are the one. So if you don't give in a coin to support this office, or to support the works that we do, then I don't know what you're thinking about. Then we had Makerere University. These ones, we had blood donation drive. They participated in a blood donation drive, which was actually carrying across many links, as well as Kabale. I think it was Kabale and Makere, right? Yeah, so this was also much supported by still Dr. Babinga. That man is just too good. I don't know how to, but just know he's too good. The way you see him, And also, we had some as well at Kabale University. Kabale University combines Kabale University and as well as UCC Kabale, as well as Kabale National Teachers something for the diploma. Yes, National Teachers College in Kabale. Those three institutions are all linked at Kabale University link. They also did a blood donation, and this was supported by Dr. Orgaru Rahab, who is the current CIC. I think she will be handing over soon. Of course, we had porridge night. For Makere here, we had Amchombo night last time. Banang, we had fun, but let me not talk about that. But just know it was too fun. Some people still have the fun for the whole semester, the likes of council there. And then Kabale University, I've talked about it. And in numbers, Kabale University donated 104 donors stand for the blood donation. And at Makere, 51 units of blood were collected. Like those units are known by those guys. But for us just to know those, how do they call them? Those sackets of blood. And then MOOPs, they had as well a refresher kind of meetup. I think this one I also attended it together with this Muslim transformed man who is soon becoming Hajj, I'm very sure. He was in presence and we were there together. Mr. Rutatina Medad. But then Mr. Rutatina Medad works with the Minister of what? Which one? PWC. If you know brands, I think now you should be getting used to those ones. PWC, ICEA, KPMG, NSSF, BRAC, MCF, those ones. Hey, Mavo Company Promoters, Focus Led. Like there are brands which are coming up. There are those we are creating and those we are joining, but they are very big brands. Very, very, very big brands. And then Chambogo University. Chambogo University, they had an outreach to Martin Luther King College, as well as they also had another outreach somewhere. And then even on 1st April, they are having a meet and greet event. So if you can go to Chambogo with me, we can go there, meet and greet, and I think have a cake. I think, yes. Then for Busitema, we had a project on environment and conservation together with career guidance and counseling. I think at some school, it's called what? Mr. Frank. Riverside, yes, at Riverside Primary or Secondary School? Secondary School. And that was the gentleman behind all that work. And then when I continue, we had now the chapters, the new leaders. Like I said, if you didn't submit your work by Sunday this week, then we don't have your visuals. But at least as Silas, I know what you all did. So I'm going to begin with Northern Chapter. Northern Chapter, we only had Zoom meetings. I think there were like 2. And to me that is okay because you had the chance to meet and talk to your members. It's an achievement because I know how much it can cost you to get data to be on Zoom for just 1 hour. That 2,000 somewhere in Agago is not easy to get. And if you sacrifice that for that meeting, I would like to say thank you. And then for Southern Chapter, this one I think was the most active chapter ever since Mr. Muyambi took office. These guys have done 3 mega activities involving the district, as well as media. Even as we talk right now, that young man yesterday had an outreach at Masha Secondary School in Sinjoro district. And he had to travel over the night to come and attend the AGM. We've not given him any money. And that is the spirit I'm talking about. So these guys had an outreach in Buweju, they had an outreach at Masha. Then they had a mash, which is a, menstrual what? What is Jude Opolot? Is he around? He has gone. Jude? He has gone. But they had something to do with menstrual hygiene. Pads and all, even distribution of books to other kids who didn't have. And Southern Chapter, you guys were the best for your time. And thank you so much. Then we had Western Chapter. These guys also, they had a series of Zoom meetings because they could not meet physically, as well as they have a rabbit project which I visited myself in Rimi Town Council, current Unyangabu district, which was formerly part of Kabaroli. These guys have over 100 rabbits in their project, and as well as have a goat project. They're having, I think now, there should be 4 goats now, because it started from his regime, and now the project is continuing to grow. I think even other times, other guys that come in, they will increase, and perhaps we shall have a farm there. As well as our tree planting project, the trees are doing well. I was last time in Ntoroko district, and the trees now, it's like a forest. They have really, plus those other primary schools in Kabaroli and Hoima. Then in Hoima, you know, we still within our chapters, we have other sub-chapters somehow, somewhere, for easier coordination, but not like recognized. Even these guys in Greater Hoima, they also meet and discuss a few things, but not that much serious. But Western chapter as well, if I can grade you a number 2 after Southern chapter. Then the other chapter was Eastern chapter. Eastern chapter, this one I'm not sure whether they even had Zoom meetings. But one thing I'm sure of, I was in touch with the president, who I think at one point, like, you know, I don't know what exactly happened, but you know many things happen when exams come in. I don't know whether that was the reason, but the whole transition period is a very challenging one. And if you're not strong, you can detach yourself from almost everyone. And I think that is something that went to Eastern chapter. Immediately exams came in, we lost communication. But I called on them, how are you, I'm good. The vice president is here at Makera said that. But these ones, they didn't manage to do work as we would have required. But they supported a lot in the COVID relief pads campaign. These guys were on ground to make sure that they mobilize the different districts. Then the other chapter is the Central chapter. Central chapter is being led by this young man. It's called Matovu Lubega Shafik. Wachi? Wakuiso Owengabi? That one. So Shafik, they are also not so active. I don't know why. But at last, they had one activity which they did. And these guys are supporting some kid at some school who was at the verge of dropping out of school. And they are giving this kid more hope to continue with education. And I hope the chapter will build on what these guys are doing to make sure that this kid at least is pushed to somewhere. Even if you don't keep supporting, but you can provide maybe other avenues where this kid can be supported in terms of connections and all that stuff. Just like, you know how you joined the program. Like for me, I was on the church. Then from the church, I joined BRAC. You might have the same story. So you find you cannot do it all alone, but some player can come in and that is your work. So I hope that kid continues. Shafiq, thank you so much for the great work you're doing. Have I left any chapter? I think I've talked about all the chapters. I would like to talk about a few things, and I'm not going to explain them. Our challenges for 2021. Of course, we had the pandemic, which is everywhere, default challenge. Then we have an issue with sustainability. As we talk right now, this house here, we pay 800,000 per month. Mtuaro mega? Mtuaro chinana, mtuaro kinana. I don't know how they say it in the other guys of my Achola and Teso Sabri plus Karamoji. That is the money we pay. As I'm talking right now, this house is paid up to the end of August this year. We paid up to the end of August this year. After that, we shall be required to again begin paying. My biggest prayer is that this has been our foundation. Then we should not be, instead of going to the second floor, now for us we're going to the basement. I don't know if you're getting what I'm trying to say. If we started from here, let's not lose this. But if in case we are to lose this, let's get something that is much better. And that starts with you. This office is your office. It's not my office. It's not anyone's office, but your office. And any one time you want to access it, you're free to access it, to do any kind of work you want. For as long as it is in line with our policies and procedures, plus the laws governing this country. For instance, we can't allow you to have a house party here, because you know what happens after the house party. So there is that challenge. The other challenge is we have a very vast network, and we have very limited resources to make sure that this network stays networked. Somehow, somewhere, the cables are becoming loose. This extension to Busitama is becoming loose, and I don't know how we can make sure that it becomes very strong. But it's upon all of us here. We have to get solutions together and make sure that this stays very networked. And then the other issues, we have different like representation challenges. See, like right now we've called this AGM. If I can make a survey here, even from our laptop, the one which you guys like were registering on, you can see like the distribution of attendance is not that evenly distributed according to our chapters. Like for instance, there's a cohort of 2016 where I think Marvin comes from. Marvin, you're 2016. No, yes, you're 2016 cohort. His cohort is I think there are very few active ones. Him, Medad, I can count them on my finger. Abbas, yes, of course. Like we can count them. There are few, because even on the online like registration, I saw only I think around 17 people from that cohort. They had the list number. Of course, there are those ancestors. For them, anyway, they were few, but they were there were a few. You know, ancestors were only 115 alumni, and these guys, right now, I think we're around 4. The future with glasses. They have been there, and I'm very sure that they will be there even tomorrow. But some of those ones, they hide away. But for us, what we shall do, we shall keep doing all the good we can. And if they see sense in us or in what we are doing, they will come back on board. And I've witnessed that. Because even in the pandemic, there are some people who tried to come on board, and things have been moving on well. What next? There is a presentation that is going to be presented by Councillor Bass, and this is going to be a paradigm shift of who we are now and who we want to be the next day. This one is, I'm happy that it is coming when I'm not in office, because some people would think I'm the one advocating for it because maybe somehow, somewhere, it may benefit me. But it is coming at a time when I'm not there. And this suggestion that Abbas will present are suggestions that have come from a team of us, the National Executive Committee members, and even you, because we did something to do with, we call it, Abbas, which word do we use when we go back to the people and ask them about things? Thank you. We did consultation with some of you. So, I told you this is a living encyclopedia or a dictionary. Everything you ask, he will give you. Kabulaza, ancestor. So, we did consultations, and some of you were contacted and you gave in your opinions, right? If you did not, then it was your choice not to be part, because everything was open. And we got your submissions and our submissions and got a very nice document that Abbas will present to you. And if you agree, we will adopt that document, and it will be the one that we shall use in our coming elections. And that means we leave the old Mfabu and take on the new Mfabu. And we think what we've suggested might be a big driver for the network. Of course, we shall have elections after this AGM. In 2 weeks' time from now, we shall have elections. So we shall know the next Silas, who that person is. The next, Kasuja, for you, still remaining. You're still around in your EC, unless you're going to switch. And then we shall know the next Abbas, among others. But those posts may not be there, so we may not have a chairman in our next kind of stuff. I don't know. Let me not preempt what Abbas is going to say. Council of the Deceased, I think she's having a break now. You're welcome. Hey, she came to pick someone. I thought she was coming. One day she gave me to edit her profile, and I saw Council of the Deceased. I thought it was a mistake. I called her. Why you cancel the deceased? How do you cancel the deceased? I think this is a mistake. Until I had to sit with her for around 10 minutes, and she explained to me what she actually means by cancel the deceased. And I'm very sure even you guys may not be knowing what she means. one thing she told me, Agnes, if I'm lying, you keep quiet. She told me that means she's a council of the people who cannot use their voice. The voiceless. Generally, you don't, of course, when you're deceased, you don't talk. Basically, if you can't use your voice. Yes. You know that every word you say can be what? Can be used against you. That's why I told her to keep quiet when they lie. And then sustainability plan. That one is still a question that is broadly unanswered. And then lastly, you can always stay connected with us on our social medias. We are on Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, and it's all at MCF Alumni UG. And that marks the first part of the annual report. And the next report, Mr. Sankara, you're going to help me project the next PPT I shared with you on mail, and that is the financial report. So, Mr. Kasaija, bring your cases here. That bag you always carry. And it's time you're going to present to us the financial stand of the network. Elvis, help us with the other document as well. I hope this time there is no transport for the check. You know, last year we had to transport the check all the way from Uganda to Canada. It was traveling overseas. As the gentleman is preparing for the next presentation, as well as Mr. You're good to go. Yeah. Let me wait for this one. Please, ever since we started, write those questions. Would want your feedback. Whether it is positive or negative. But if it is negative, please say it in a way that you don't offend us. Because you don't pay us. No, because you don't pay us. Even if I've made a mistake, say it in a way that I won't feel bad and be like, hey, even after wasting all my time and someone is saying like this, it is just being courtesy. I mean, showing a sign of courtesy and gratitude. We call it effective communication. I know Kasuja. I know ancestors, how they behave. For you, I will not give you the microphone. So, my brother, it is your time. Tell us what transpired within your office as the CFO.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nwahereza Livingstone, the Chief Financing Officer at Mfabu. So allow me to present to you the figures of the year 2021. Here we mainly talk about the figures, we don't go deep in words. So mainly we shall be talking about the revenue and the expenses of the organization. I always recite this, that for any organization to stand, we shall always have expenses and we shall always have the revenue, which is the income, the money that is coming in into the organization, as we shall see. Allow me to give you the financial overview since inception into the office. By the close of December 2020, the account balance was 28.8 millions. That is the last AGM. I remember reading these figures here. Those who attended, you can quote me right there. Then, before I entered office, or before we assumed the office, the account balance was 16 million. 0.4. That was on the account. By then, that was in March, as we assumed the office. So that shows a percentage increment from that time
from that time to December last AGM of 2020, which was about 21.9% increment. Then it gives us an overall increment which is currently now it is 55%, whereby the amount on the account is 36.5 millions per now, the stand. That is an overview, but you will see how it came into the account and how we lost some money in form of expenses. Allow me to say that we conducted some activities which were eroding our account, or which were taking away money from the account. And some of these big expenses that we incurred as a network, number one was induction and graduation, which they talked about, which we carried out in the 6 venues. So it was too much costly, or it was burdening, which took around 77 millions. For that money, if you can divide it into, you get an average of the 6 venues, it is around 12.8 millions that were spent on each venue. So if you could look at the things, how they transpired from the different venues that you attended from the AGM, you could realize that your money was profitably used. So another big expense was, I'm going to talk about those big expenses. Another one was aid education project. It was, you realize that as I go on, it was both an expense and a revenue. So in terms of expense, we spent around 30 M for this project. Then another big expense was the stakeholders conference, which also took around 16 M. Another one was the AGM which we conducted. It was conducted in the last AGM that we conducted. It was conducted in the 11 venues of the chapters, different chapters across the country. Yeah. So if you could distribute, you could see that the money was worth, it was around 18 millions that was spent on that AGM for the 11 venues. We did it on our own. So other expenses, let me just read them, then you will know. We have the link support. We have been supporting different links as we were told. We have supported all our links almost. We give them some, you may find they have a function, but they want a hand from us. So we just get maybe a half of their budget or a quarter of their budget. We give them to support their activities, to motivate them, to bring you people on board, but you refuse. Another thing was Mfabu, teach. I'm going to talk about it later on. Mfabu teach, you'll know it. Another thing was website. We are able to design our website, and most of these things I won't be able to air out right now. You will be able to go and visit our website. I will upload the different reports. Though we have them in the hard copies in our office, at your own free time, come check in the wardrobe. You will see the hard copies of the reports, of different reports and ministries in accordance with the financial expenditures. We had meetings, we had Mfabu Circle, blood donation, we had some rent, airtime and data. That was meeting. So on and so forth. So in grading them percentage-wise, I already talked about this. The biggest expense was induction and graduation, which took around 52.2% of the expense. Then AGM took about 12.8%. AIDS education took about 20.4%, stakeholders conference 10.9%, among others. Let me talk about the IDs and subscription. This is one of our income or one of our revenues. And who are those ones doing ID and subscription? It is we that are doing subscribing to the network or are paying IDs for to join the network. But still, the call for that, the response is still very small. It is so small. But mainly I'm going to talk about what happened in the last induction and graduation, where we always do massive correction of subscription and ID. And it is one, you realize that it is one of the top revenues that we have got so far. But I'm going to do it chapter wise. The total correction was 23 millions from the alumni during the graduation and induction ceremony for ID and subscription, after we had invested only 8 millions. So it was a good income generating activity. So from the chapters that I'm going to read the performance of how people responded in different chapters. Western chapter, we had about 98%. You know what it means? 98%. It means that almost everyone subscribed and paid for an ID. The Central chapter, we had 90%. So it was a good performance generally. Eastern chapter 1, we had two venues in the Eastern chapter. Eastern chapter 1 was the one at Lugazi. We had 88% subscription and ID payment. The Southern chapter, we had 85%. Northern chapter 75%. Eastern chapter 2 70%. Generally, the performance was really good. In that, out of 2,100 scholars, we are able to get subscription. We are able to get 1,500 scholars do subscribe and pay for the ID. So, which accounts for 71.4%. It's a really good performance. I'm going to talk about the revenues. The major revenues that we have, the internal revenues that we have been getting, where we have been getting our funds. The internal revenue, we have the education ministry. That's why I told you it is both a revenue and an expense. In that we were able to get funding worth, this project was funded by BRAC Uganda, and we were able to get 36 millions, and we were able to spend 30 millions for that project and saved 6 millions, which accounts for 18.2% of the income that came into our account. Then we have the ID and subscription, which is the highest rated revenue with a 69.7%. So it was a good performance. It was the overall performing revenue. Then we have the entrepreneurship, which gave us only 12.1% the overall revenue, since we have been doing since the term in office. You may be saying that how comes the entrepreneurship ministry is performing bad? The reason is very small, in that when we come for such activities and we bring the items for sale, you people don't give in your support. Don't support the network in that way. You refuse to buy. We actually have a stock still in office, and it is too much. So that's why the ministry is performing bad, but it's not so bad. And another thing is that mainly during the COVID, the pandemic, this ministry used to perform better. I remember the last AGM, I read it as the best performing revenue, but we were only getting the revenue through selling things with our partners, say BRAC Uganda, UNDP, selling face masks and sanitizers, which phased out. So we need to look out on better ways of earning revenue to the organization. So Mfabu revenue sources and projects. Allow me to say that our major chief funders for the MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda, or Mfabu, for the time we have been in office, there have been BRAC Uganda and MasterCard Foundation. So we say thank you to them for that support for the youth. But another question comes to you that if now they are gone, what next? If they have been our chief funders, you should have that question at the back of your mind. How best can you earn back that income? Then we had more investments that we did in order to bring in more revenue to the organization. We did the Mfabu Teach under the, which I told you I would explain later. This was under the Education Ministry. It was aimed at skilling us with different skills in graphics design, web designing, website designing, applications, how to make apps like that. But unfortunately, this investment didn't come out as we expected. Guess what? The alumni were not able to support it, and it collapsed. I may say it collapsed, but it is at a standstill. It didn't progress as we expected because we thought we could earn more from that. We were in cooperation with the St. Bob organization, led by one of our own, Mr. Chiruba Frederick. But the alumni, after getting the skills, those ones that attended, they had to run away. They didn't pay the school fees. So it was a very big disappointment to the trainers. They are right now misery. They were not paid, yeah? So the project is at a standstill. And I call upon those ones that didn't pay, please do the needful. Just make them happy such that we can have the project lifted up again. Then we had another project, which is a company. It is called Animasters Limited, which is under, it is a company under a company. It is a registered company under Mfabu. This company is currently doing its operations as an independent one from Mfabu, but we do monitor it because Mfabu does the sharing of the income for that company. But I won't give you a report on that, the financial stand on that. This organization or this company is led by our own Mr. Tumaire Derek, who is an alumni Supreme Council member, and I have not got the right figures from them that I would present from that side, but I will post them on the website and all other ways that you could access them. Then lastly is yeah, they are done. These were our projects and sources of income. Then I would also like to talk about the stock. I told you that whenever we bring things, the items that we do sell on different functions for you people to buy and give us more income, as one way of attaining back or gaining the revenue into the organization, you people have adamantly refused it. The turn up is really very small, So we have a lot of stock of those items. Talk about the capes, talk about the jumpers, talk about the wristband, talk about the caps, talk about the capes, and so on and so forth. So we have a stock worth 9 million investment, and which accounts for the 2.7%. So you need to react on that. As I conclude my presentation, I will expect questions that are good from you. According to the presentation, eh? Don't boom. So I would like to thank Black Uganda and MasterCard for their efforts towards supporting us, the youth. We are really so grateful for that. I would like to thank different stakeholders who have supported this network in any form since its inception. The founders, especially the formal program staff, we are so grateful for your support. Great thanks to the chairperson, the SEC, the NEC, chapter leaders, and the alumni body at large. Noaireza Livingstone, Chief Financing Officer at Mfabu, outgoing. Thank you very much. Have a nice time.
Out living. Someone said in going, in coming, outgoing, in. I don't know what all those means. But thank you so much, Livingstone, for your presentation. Guys, because of time, we will not go into the Q&A, but let's have a last presentation from Abbas, and then we can have the combined Q&A. Is that fine? Yeah. Is it fine, Abbas? Do you guide so? We first do a Q&A. Okay, the next presenter feels it's not right for him to present now before a Q&A. So we'll have a Q&A session. Sankar will be able to connect with someone from Canada. I don't know if he's ready to talk. If you're on Zoom, you can inbox any one of them and see if there's anyone who wants to present. And if they are there, give them the procedures. We will need them to have their screens on, their videos on, and then we'll have them connected and they will be able to speak to us. If someone is ready, you let me know and we can talk to them. In the meantime, we'll have a Q&A session. I think, Peace, you're going to help us, Peace and Martin, you're going to help us in this. Your question can be directed to any office, to any person, or even to yourself. Perhaps you have the answers. Yes. Thank you so much, Peace. But you have another activity. Martin, where are you?
Here I am, Papa.
Good, thank you. So you can ask your questions and we'll have to give you responses.
For me, I'm a teacher, I have to stand up. Good afternoon, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Namingo Christine, my name. I'm a finalist at Makerere University, MOC, and I'm doing education, major in economics. I'm a teacher of economics. Yeah. Like my question is about leadership. Like Mfabu leadership, if someone likes to take up some post, which procedures are they supposed to be followed in case you want to take up a position? Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you, Christine, for your question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members, once again. Once again, my name is Nyamach Junior Miambi. As they have told you, I'm the current Southern Chapter President. I'm proud to say that because I was mentioned to be the best really. And still I'm a student of law at Bishop Stewart University. The question that I came with, Mr. Silas from home, was a question about the sustainability plan. However much you said, it is still a question that stands. And it is a question I was asking myself when we were in fact in your office, and because as the chapter, we had a lot to do, but we couldn't do it because most of the people that we expected to support us are not willing to do it, and those are the alumni. So I'm still worried about the future of this organization or the association, because the people, most of the people, the members of it are not willing to support it till the end. And I'm worried, what is your next plan? Of course, you are the leader. However much the person that will maybe get in after you will face more challenges, but which plan are you leaving behind? So that someone who will come after you at least will follow for a better future of this. Thank you.
Before that, Sankara, can we connect to someone?
I think there is Ambrose.
As we
such that, as we see you on one of the highest pixel images on YouTube, we don't just see your name, but we see your video. So we will encourage you once again to kindly put on your video. So we will go to Ronald. Ronald, kindly unmute yourself. Ronald, the microphone is yours.
All right, I greet everyone in the meeting. I am Uchero Ronald Frank. I am a medical student at KIU Western Campus. Yes, I'm the cohort of 2020. I'm very proud to be here. I have a simple question. When I came to KIU Western Campus, I found that like Mfabu wasn't active at KIU, but then I tried to form some WhatsApp groups and bring people together. But now people have started demanding something similar to things that happen at Makerere or let's say Busitema. So I wanted guidance. How do those, I could say, institutional chapters, how do they run? Like, what basis do they run on, and what do we need to like start something like that at KIU? Exactly, that's my question.
Thank you so very much, Ronald. I think I don't have any other hand on my online team. I'll for now first pass it back to the team on ground to kindly lead us yet again in this great ceremony.
However small it is, that it does not take part of as far as this network is concerned, but it's 1,000 miles away. Thank you so much, Ambrose, for leading the team online and for as well as kickstarting the whole Zoom thing. You know, we'd late to start. I made sure that all members online were engaged. I made sure that we are moving. Let me first respond to the set of questions that you guys have given us. Maybe one more.
Something. Maybe I would request you finish.
All right.
So my question was about the chapters, the 5 chapters we had, because I've not had anyone talk about the chapter leadership. I'm hearing the general leadership, but I'm not hearing about the chapter leadership. So my issue is, are the chapters dying out? We are still doing the chapters and getting leaders. Like,
I do get your question.
yeah, are the chapters dying out, or we are still getting like different leaders for different chapters?
Yes, I'm going to actually begin with your question. To begin with, when I was talking earlier on, I said in 2020 at the AGM, we were told to implement what we call cohort-wise kind of leadership. And I also said the last group of scholars graduated from the program in May last year, and we shall not have any other scholars joining us or any other alumni because the program was officially closed in May. So what does that mean? Initially we were getting the chapter presidents from those guys graduating. But going forward with these elections, we shall have a president for Western chapter, maybe from 2016, maybe from 2014, maybe from 2018, or maybe again from 2021. Chapters cannot die, and they will never die. The links can die, but chapters cannot die because they form the core foundation of Mfabu. My big men chilling behind. Thank you so much. My big men chilling behind me. Thank you so much. So I was still saying, chapters form the foundation of Mfabu, and all of us at one point came from that region. Personally, I came from Kawaroli, which is Western. Some of you, of course, you know where you came from, Soret and all that. Council. So these things cannot die. In fact, even after your education, you go back to your chapter. So these chapters are with us for life. What we shall do, like the president or the leadership will come from different years. If they all come from 1 year, it's okay. But everyone will be allowed to contest for chapter leadership. And as the upcoming elections, we shall have the national elections as well as the chapter elections. Because we begin, the chapters form the smallest unit of Mfabu. And we build on from there to have the national body. And then, Christine, before you come again, I'll need to respond to a question that was asked by someone from KIU online. Mfabu was not active in KIU, Mbara. That is not true. We have my members from Mbara University. I'm sorry I didn't mention about your link. We have Bara University link, which is led by Mr. Katubuka Kenneth. And then for KIU, we have KIU Ishaka link, the Ishaka campus. We have someone called Mulani Dennis there, as well as there's another one called Dennis. They're all doing medicine. He's a very big gentleman. I'm forgetting his other name. So those guys are there. It's called Nwamanya Dennis, yes. Those guys are at KIU and they are actively involved in our link. What we don't have is a link at the main campus in Kansanga. But my brother Shafiq, I hope you will go and mobilize a few members of Mfabu at the main campus. And once you're more than 11, bus. Once you're more than 10, you will inform us and we shall come and initiate a link officially. So that one as well answered the question for someone from Soroti University who said they don't have a link. The same procedure. If the numbers increase for more than above 10, you inform us. We come there and initiate a link. And that is the procedure that we've been using all along. We started with Makerere University, went to Chambogo, went to Busitema, went to Mbara, as the numbers kept on increasing at those institutions. And that's how they will live and die. That's how we shall as well decommission them or dissolve them. And then there's a question from the finance minister should highlight some major issues. This is your question. The items for sale, right? Yeah. Oh, I think I can answer that one on your behalf. And on behalf of Derek, we have wristbands, we have capes, we have jumpers, or hoodies, we have jerseys, stickers, we have the caps, we have the capes, we have sanitizers, both Gale and this one. We have honey, we have, what else we have? We have bangles, even the shopping bags. So literally we can do anything that you want as long as you give it the money. Even right now you can tell us, I want this shoe branded Mfabu. Just pay and we brand for you. Even your head, you can tell us, I want Mfabu written here, we take it to our salon, we brand your head Mfabu. Some members wanted boxers branded Mfabu. I don't know how that one ended. Those were the real members, tired of Mfabu. And then he didn't brand it Mfabu. I don't know how that one can do it. There was a question from Muyambi Alan, the sustainability question. Like I said, some of these questions, answers are within you, and that's why you're here. As far as us, we may not have the exact answers, but we have maybe an idea of the answer. And I hope you can, I can either build from your idea, or we build from ours, to ensure that we have that thing called sustainability. Ever since we started this network in 2014, it took us 4 years to have this office, because we got this office in 2018. All those other 4 years were years of struggle, no balance. Exactly. So we've been building foundation and foundation. Even my team, Kawala and the team, the thing that we've been doing, they are still foundations. But we hope with time, that question may be answered. But I can tell you, even this government has not answered that question for its country. That's why the shop now, 1 tree of shop is 10,000. They have not yet answered the sustainability question. So that question is always, it always comes back. It's a very big issue. But the people who are within the network can answer that very well. For us, we shall keep building on. Like, for instance, let me even talk about something. Let me check my bag. Like, bring my bag together with this. For instance, we did this stakeholders conference. You know why we did it? One of the things was that answer, the sustainability. So if UNDP knows us and they have funding, it's very easy for us to get funding. But UNDP will not come to you. We'll have to go to them. And I hope the coming team will do that. If we introduce you to RHU, Reach a Hand, and you guys become implementing partners, you get sustainability. For instance, I just told you we partnered with the Alumni Network. And we got funding of over 8.8 million to implement the activity which was on our work plan. So we achieved our target by implementing our activity as well as they achieved theirs. And that's how things work. So we saved the 8.8 that we would have spent in the medical camp and the sports girl. That's just an example. The other thing that we came up with, for instance, we had to write a proposal for this rent. I told you it's paid up to the end of August. And we hope some of us will pay up to the end of December. It's one thing that when I get my bag, I wanted to share with you. me and other guys, we're starting up something, and I hope you guys will join me. We are starting an initiative, and it's going to start with the 16 of us that I'm going to read once I get my bag. So this initiative is basically towards the range. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, we're the most organized network in this country, apart from NRM with the whole system, jumpers and the rest. But we cannot blame ourselves for them being organized because they have the money. Yes, and they have the money and even they have Gambano, which for us we don't have. Someone said they have nothing. For us, I think we have everything. Then we better be on point. So I was giving an example. Apart from NRM, we are the only other network which has a member in every district, if not sub-county in this country. Me right now, even if I'm going to Agago, if you are going to Agago, I'm not sleeping in a hotel. I will call Harlan and I sleep at Harlan's place in Agago, deep there. If I'm in Padel, I will call Odokonyero and I will sleep there. If I'm in Port Port, I will be home. And all these guys are welcome home. That is how diverse we are. So what are we going to start? We're starting a team, we're making teams of 16 people. Each group will have 16 alumni. Those alumni, like you, have brought your soul without us giving you transport refund. So those teams of 16, each person is supposed to contribute 50,000 in every 4 months. That is 150 in a what? In a year. Every after 4 months you contribute how much? 50,000. And that is 800 per month, per every 4 months from each group. So if we can have 12 groups, you know, like we have 5,000, you just make multiples of 16. How many groups are there? Just divide 5,445 by 16. You will get a very big number of groups. And if each group just gives us 800 every 4 months, how much money can we have? Now, I'm going to begin with a few ones. And for us, our main cause is to make sure that this office is sustained, because this is our power bank. If we don't have this command center, we are not a network. I can tell you the truth. For those who were with me when we were planning the AGM and the induction, especially the induction, you know how we slept here. Because we were planning for these guys who have just graduated from senior 6. If we don't have this powerhouse, we shall not have our home. And these people, I'm going to read their names for now. They committed to begin that saving scheme for the network, to make sure that this office is sustained. And I hope by the time we finish this one, some of you will come to me, Silas, you know what? Let me join this team. I think I can also get 50,000 in every 4 months and add on that team. And with time, we shall have money that can run this network. But this is just temporal. The coming team, we are just giving you relief for you to plan better and think of how you're going to attack. Just like when you guys are going to vibe someone, you begin with Rolex, popcorns. I know some of you are taken for Rolex, popcorns. And then from there, when she refuses, you continue. You take maybe her to KFC. And when she refuses, again take her to be still as you're running dry meanwhile. And maybe with time, maybe then she says yes. So applies to us here. The coming team, we're giving you relief as you plan better to build this thing. As you plan better to build this scheme. And this applies to even other projects. Like I said, all our networks have changed right now. For you, you're saying, I'm Silas Rose, I'm studying at Makere. Someone is saying, my name was Patricia, I'm working with NSSF Uganda. My office space, you find me at the workers' house, that tallest building somewhere. And those are people that we want to tap, those ones who have a heart. I'm going to read these names here. There's Tumairo Derek. I think he has just entered, plus the wife. Yes. So we can thank that family. And then there is myself, plus my wife to come. but for now, For now, you only record Silas. So now we have 3 people. And then we have Akanyayo Ambrose. Meanwhile, and the family, yes, even the family is joining. I'm not going to read their name, but just know the family is there as well. I don't want to get cases. And then we have Kawala Mary. And the family. And then we have Chiluba Frederick Nash. This one I don't know if the family is also part. And then we have Council of the Deceased, Amading Agnes Cynthia. And then we have Omoit Elvis. I don't know if the family is also part. And the Empire. And the Human Being. We have Munjereza Diaripa Tukamuheba. We have Martha Ndizawa. We have Otile Sam Ryan. We have Nwayereza Livingstone. We have Aimbisiwe Peace. We have Iga Fred. We have Ampumza Gerard. We have, the money is still 50,000. All those ones I'm reading, each one has committed 50,000 every 4 months. Starting from immediately. Effective immediately. If you know that language. Then I'm going to add another person whom I'm very sure will accept. Marvin Oyesiga. Accepted. I've already read Fred. I'm also going to add another person. I think someone is waiting for me those names.
Yes, I am.
I'm going to add Tatina Medad. I'm sure you will accept. I'm going to add, yes, Babiga Gozan. Yes, he has accepted. And the woman, I'm going to add Chemical Daniel. He has accepted. Not so? Thank you. I'm going to add, yes, I'm going to add Nakijova Sylvia. Accepted? Yeah. Accepted. Who else? I'm going to add Council Ade. Adukule, yes, he has accepted. Who else? I'm going to add, yes, Simon Peter Lokwara, right? Yes. Yes, I'm going to add, wow. Yes, I'm going to add Nduayo Ronald, he has accepted. I'm going to add Isiko Frank, he has accepted. Who else? Yes, I'm going to add Christine, she has accepted. Yes. Who else? And please don't accept from here. and then after you shoot your mind, please what is yes. The name please. Audrey. Godwin has accepted. Thank you so much. Who else? Godwin. Who else has accepted? And someone is also calling me on the phone. I don't know if he also wants to accept. From this side, who else is accepting? Hey, I didn't read Amading against Cynthia. She was accepted. Hey, Kasuja Abdurrahman, are you accepting? Yes, I'm going. You see, I told you, as these guys are growing, their titles are changing, and even the way we address them, it changes. So I'm going to sit down, compose a letter on a headed paper of Mfabu, stamp it, and I will send it to you. Cancer pass, sir. Are you accepting? Yes, sir. Or I have to first go and testify to court. So, those names, I'm going to follow up you guys, but all in all, thank you so much. And for those who are online, you can as well commit in the chat and we shall get your communication or your commitment. Christine, you have something to say? Give her a microphone. Meanwhile, as you prepare your question,
my question is about blending. Like in case I have something I want to blend, like I have my cloth, but I want to be blended black. How much is it? And another question is about leadership, national chapter. In case, is it possible for someone to be in the two, like, it's a question, Bana.
Yes, Bana.
Is it possible? That's my question. And the last one, the last question I have heard is about these group issues, whereby you have said you pay 50 performance and yeah, it's 150. So for me, if it's like because money is devil, in case I have my money, can't I pay it at once? Then lastly, I'm apologizing, I'm sorry. No, remember job silence, please. Like, lastly,
moment of silence, please.
I came in late. We had a bad at church, and unfortunately I'm leaving because we have lost someone. Like she's a member, she has been accident, and she got in a fatal accident when she was going for practicals. And we were going for a June month, and it has already started, and I have to be in the quiet. May God bless you. Have a blessed day when you're going back home.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christine. Before you go, let me first answer your questions. Your first question was about branding. Branding costs. Branding has different types depending on what you want to brand, and branding in where. And which product are you branding and which material is it made for? So I cannot answer that one elaboratively, but branding is different. But the minimum, I think, it's 20,000 for branding, because we have to make the screen, it's just one brand. So it is expensive. But you can always contact us and we will always guide you. If you can't do it, we will always connect you to other different people who can do it well as well. Which other question did you ask?
Is it possible to pay for
Oh yes, that one is very possible. You can even bring it right now. This one, or you can actually use Momo Pay *165*3. Merchant code D18760. Put the money there. Deliver immediately. Which other question do you have about leadership?
They are done.
Leadership.
They are done.
Leadership.
No, it's not possible for you to be in the chapter as well as the sect. That one is not possible. According to the guide, excuse me, Christian. According to our justice and legal personnel, it says it is currently possible. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's any question I've not yet responded to.
More questions.
Okay, maybe we can get more questions.
Yeah, as we get more questions, there are still people online who are still texting in.
If there are those in the chat, you can read them as well.
Those on the chat, so far we have Tino Masi. She's saying, I also wanted to find out if students sponsored by Huawei in partnership with MasterCard Foundation are part of us.
Okay.
Then about our projects, Mr. Finance said most alumni were not supportive, but information might not have reached us about them. So what should we do to bridge that gap? Personally, I'm doing a diploma in clinical medical lab in Jinja, but we don't have a platform. I think they should have a platform.
We'll get any more questions.
More questions are here. Sorry.
Thank you so much. My name is Nakanjako Fatima Yusuf, a student at MOOC Nakawa. Yesterday I happened to meet some 4 members, former BRAC scholars, still from the Southern chapter, and I was trying to convince them to come and join me. And then one person was asking me, Fatima, you're telling us to go, is there a transport refund? And I was like, man, never mind. Just go, volunteer to go and get something out of it. And then she told me, since you're our district coordinator, you can stand in. I said, very fine, I can go. But still, we are asking ourselves, is there anything like a link for the MOOC students, or we are still counted under MOOC? It is also a challenge to us. Thank you so much.
Let me first respond to those. We have a link at MOOCs and said by Ayeva and Anisha. Before you leave, you ask me, I'll give you the contact of Anisha. And I don't know that she's online because she had promised me she would join us. And then someone online asked a question about Martin. Yeah, they can follow up. I'm going to connect you with the CIC of MOOCs, and you guys can link up. Like, remind me the question. Then there was someone at Jinja who think they don't have a link.
Yeah, they say they don't have a link, and she's asking if members who are supposed to sign by Fawe, partnership with MasterCard, are they part of?
Now, for that one, first of all, for the link, if there are more than 10, they can form a link, we can initiate that. Then if there are scholars of MasterCard and they are part of Fawe, one, for us at Mfabu, we have different types of memberships. And we welcome even non-Mfabu members. Those ones who are not in the scholars program at BRAC, get me well. Scholars program at what? At BRAC. They can come. For instance, I don't know if you know someone called Kataike. She's at Makere, for those who know her, the scholar there. She's not from Mfabu, but there's nothing that we do that she does not get involved or even be aware. Even as in the morning, she was even on Zoom. I think she's even still there. She joined us because she loves what we do and how we do those things. Then there's also another one, she's called Naguja Sisi, right? This person, you may think she's over from first cohort. Because everything that is Mfabu, she's in the know. She might even be knowing more Mfabu members than even you, the real Mfabu members. And that one is even a challenge. And then, that means she can actually join us. And then we have the Global MasterCard Foundation alumni. For instance, in Uganda, we call it the MasterCard Foundation Alumni Committee. And that committee is of 7, but those people, they unite all of us, whether you're from the Scholars Program at Makere, whether you're from Fawe, whether you're from Ruforum, whether you're from Dynamic, whether you're from Anzisha, whether you're from, name it, because we have different partners. Those people bring us together. But all in all, we remain MasterCard alumni. So like they are welcome. But if you want to be at Mfabu, you're welcome. Actually, membership is just 50,000 for those members who are not scholars at BRAC. If they want to join us, it is only 50,000. Only that, they don't have voting rights, but they can participate in all other activities of the network. They have voting rights. Yes, Abbas has just informed me that even them, they have voting rights. And they have rights to stand as leader. That means they have full rights. I don't know which rights they don't have, but there are some rights they don't have. You just need to follow those books. Yeah. But they are welcome. Tell them they are welcome. And which other question have I responded to?
Someone is asking, did the Lila link phase out?
Lila what?
Lila link.
Good. Yes, you were asking. Someone is asking Lira Link.
Lira
Link was being led by Mr. Mahadi. No, Fahadi. I will need to ask him if he's still there, and we see how they can evolve it. But for most links, if your link is you think it's not active, and you know some people, reach out to us, and we can connect you to other people who are there, or we can even do a survey and find out who is at that university, and we can always link you guys and you connect. Same applies to all other universities: KIU, Mbarara, Kabale. But those on their links are active. Now these are the institutions which are coming up where our scholars are going. All those ones, they can form links as well as they have more than 10 members. Ladies and gentlemen, I think other questions, we shall respond to them later. Someone had a burning question? Obonyo?
Yes.
What a burning question?
I think I can have one more, 2 people, Tylas and
yeah, let them be very fast because you guys are getting tired and there's a very sensitive communication which will change how Mfabu operates if you guys allow. Tyrus.
Good afternoon. I'm called Tyrus. Martin calls me Cyrus. I'm from St. Francis. I'm the CIC. Now, about the issue of link, you find that C-Flash link is phasing out. Me personally, I'm leaving this year in March. But now you find that the alumni, those alumni who are there, like the last cohort, they even don't want to hear about Mfabu. So, how are we coming up now to, even those who are existing, they even don't want to hear about Mfabu. Whenever you try to talk about Mfabu, they are like, you're going to eat your money. So, before it ceases, though the president said that very soon the links will phase out, but now before they phase out, what steps are we taking?
Before you leave, before you take the microphone from him, Mr. Tyrus, What steps do you think we can take?
Let us share this as a group.
Well, like I've always said,
I have depended on one side.
One of my
alone.
mentors at Makere, Mr. Okumu, whenever he would go with a challenge, he would ask you, what do you think? And trust me, by the time you leave his office, you have all the answers, and from your head. And trust me, they work. Sometimes we have those solutions which are actually within our minds. Perhaps we've not implemented them or even shared with some other people to think about them. And yet they're actually the actual solution that we actually might be wanting to implement this. That question, one thing I told you even when I was campaigning in 2020 at Budo SS, the same question came. And I told you, for us we shall move with the movables. If you think what we are doing makes sense to you, join us. If you think it doesn't make sense, please stay there. Other than come here to ask for transport refund, which we don't have. At the end of the day, it's about you and your network. I can tell you the truth. Let me give you a small example. There's one scholar who was in my court in 2014, guys. Let me now confess this. For us in 2014, all of us could qualify to go to Makere on scholarship. If you did not get government and you were admitted on private, all of you could qualify. Then by God's chance, even me, Silas, who had gotten government, I qualified to get that scholarship. So instead of going to Mbara, I went to Makere because I had applied. We were only 9. One of my best friends, not from the same school, he was at Namiliango. He didn't get admission at Makere. That means he didn't get like the scholarship. He tried the following year, Makere admitted him. He asked me, Silas, can't you talk to those guys and they give me support and I get my degree at Makere? I asked him, how do I even present it to those guys? Because they will ask me which criteria did you use to select me when there were other scholars who also didn't transition. I told him, look within your network, all of us were at Makere and were scholars. Just give me a list of those people that you think if I talk to them, they can give money and will support your education. He gave me a list of 10 people, including myself. Trust me, from our stipend at Makere, we contributed money for 3 years, and this guy graduated with a bachelor's degree. Just 10 of us. So if you think you don't make sense out of your network, that you're growing, then you have a problem. You're going to only have your mother and your father or your grandy and ancestors of your family as your network. And trust me, in this current generation, they will not take you anywhere. Because Gamba Nogu is everywhere. Even as you're entering this office, there might be Gamba Nogu. And ask Mama Mercy, what is the key? Mama Mercy will tell you, don't have the key. Someone else will come, Mama Mercy, help me with the key. Oh, you're Derek, the key is here. Is that Gamba Nogu? For you think Gamba Nogu is only in traffic things? No, it is real thing. And the higher you realize the purpose of your network, the better. Let me give you a latest example. We had his event. Relax. You guys, we had fun. She had fun, and this guy, he almost died because of fun. It was an event that was purely young people. Even our mortgage was young, and everyone was like, which kind of young people are these? And we are just waiting for the next wedding. And trust me, I don't know how it will be. The small networks we make are the ones that matter. Let me tell you, every person you have, whether it's a cleaner, he or she has the ability to connect you to your next destiny. And if you don't value them at this point, you think Mfabu is just there, then I think you have a problem, a very big one. And it's high time you realize. My only worry is that you may realize when it is too late. When I don't even remember you. You come here for a recommendation from the office. I'm like, first give information about you. And then you have to write and send me. I'll just write a mediocre letter. And then they call me, do you know this person? I'm like, which person? He's called so and so, but he got a letter from you, let me check my records. By fact of me saying, let me check my records, the person who's recruiting you that side already has doubts on you. So it means the reference person doesn't even know this person. That's how you lose out. You fall sick, you only look at your family. There are so many examples I can give. But all in all, your network is your net what? And we shall keep singing that until it sinks in your brains. You see that circle? Some of you may be wondering, how can I benefit from that circle? It's okay. There are so many things you can do with that circus, we shall even discuss. Even like I had told you, let me even not go very far into that. Before you guys get very tired, let me invite Cancer Buzz to present a very sensitive, important area. Guys, if you're on your phone, if you're chatting with her or him, first help me put it on hold. If you are thinking like your stomach is getting empty, first tell it that, you know what, you're satisfied. The next discussion is very, very important for the future of Mfabu. And please pay attention. Listen to every word that this man is going to say. Because if you don't, you'll be confused. And Adukule, this is a very big mentor for you. Plus those other councils, Muyambi. This is, he has been in different moot competitions, name it. He just knows it all. And when he's standing here, me keep quiet. Abbas, you're welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, you are Silas. Thank you. So I will present what I have to present. I don't know whether I will be allowed to ask my question I had after. Or I don't know whether I'm allowed now and it is noted or after. Okay. I think my question will be to the finance, he will answer me after. I was disturbed by our huge expenditure of 77 million on an induction. I don't know whether that 77 was all from us or actually you added other support from other players during that particular induction. And in the event that you did, I would want to know exactly for us as Mfabu, what did we invest? What did we spend on? And therefore, after knowing that, for instance, as you told me that we spent over 8 million on membership cards and what and got 23, that made a point. So I want to know, because I was disturbed when you tell me we spent 77, that means the whole induction was a loss. So I just want to know how much did we spend as Mfabu from our own resources to the entire induction in total. And then how much did we get back? That is to say, if we spent over 8 million in cards and membership, all that item, and then we spent this amount of money in entrepreneurship, and in total we earned this back. That would help me appreciate how we are moving. And possibly I wanted to get a final picture from here. I don't know whether I simply missed it. Finally, how much money did we spend as a network in the year, and how much did we earn back? Because when you tell me you came last year and we had 28 and now you are living with 36, I don't know. It means I don't get the figures of the 77, the 23. Does it mean finally you have made only 8 million in that period, which is much as well? But I just want to get it clearly that at the end of it all, possibly you had an expenditure of 65 million and you brought in 73, and that's why we have 8 as a profit. So yeah, I'll try to understand. And since Derek, you are here, we have been told nothing about Honey Masters, and you are told you have information. So we want to know, are we operating on any profit? Are we still moving as a recurring expense? Do we have any value addition yet? We may want also to know that, because the finance says received nothing from you. So you would also guide more on that. And then finally, I would also want to understand how this idea of compassion sense, was it only a sense of COVID period, or the Ministry of Entrepreneurship has been operating under that? And so if it has been, how has it finally added value to us? Is it still a recurring expense that we still have to build on it, or we are getting something out of it currently? I want to understand that more. And finally, a question to me and to all of us is, as we produce all these items, do we produce for production, or we actually realize the market and produce for that particular market? Because it's dangerous when we produce and we can't consume, and our only market is with the alumni, and we keep what we produce for years. possibly we may have to think about that all of us collectively and know what market are we producing for, who benefits, and so do we produce proportionally to the market, or sometimes we outsupply the market? I think that is it basically, and I think I hope I get guidance from that. And the very final thing, my advice is that the next leadership, as I'm going to present, that possibly it's a good transition. I think it's important that from now onwards, these particular investment arms are completely separated from the network, such that we clearly monitor them and understand them, just as you have Honey Master, where to the extent that the finance had to ask someone information, possibly would get that from other things like Compassion Sense, and so you are focusing on other things as Mfabu here, but there is another group of people that is primarily responsible for these investment schemes, so as to realize money and to easily monitor them, and they make sense to the network. Thank you. So on what I have to present, so just in terms of a question, there's some question that came up here that I can also deal with as I present. When the question was answered that people who are not members, who did not belong to a scholarship program earlier, have voting rights, someone asked how did they get them and how do we arrive at that. In the previous AGM, among the among the resolutions, there was a matter of one, looking at membership, clarifying the different responsibilities of membership. Basically, there was a large thing on membership. And that therefore meant that people who were meant to work on that particular idea were given full powers to do anything about membership, even if it meant scrapping off any. And that's why they passed all that without coming back here, because those powers were already given out, unless we didn't know the rate of the mandate we gave, but it extended to all that, and we surely utilized it. In terms of what I'm presenting, so I presume the particular document I'm going to rely on was shared. I presume the particular documents were, the particular document I'm going to rely on, Silas, that it was shared. Because I may not move page to page, but I'm going to break it down for easy understanding and comprehension, and then we see if we adopt it. So, the network, to those who did not get, I'm sure my brief explanation still will enrich you. The network so far has been made up of the various leadership structures that included the SEC, Alumni Supreme Council, the panel of advisors, where the Alumni Supreme Council is part of the National Executive Committee, and the chapter, which are elected after every year. That's the program we have had. Now we are deciding on the approval of this team here that we move away from that particular approach. So what do we intend to do? We intend that Mfabu acquires what we call a board of directors. Now this board of directors is to be constituted by a maximum of 12 people. These 12 people, among others, will include the 5 chapter presidents. That is to say, the president of the Eastern, Central, Southern, Western, and Northern chapters. Then we shall have 4 program leads. That is to say, where we had ministries, now these program leaders are going to, we are going to have someone in charge of small and medium enterprises. We have a program lead for health. We have a program lead for education, sports, and technology. We have a program lead for legal affairs. Then we have a program lead for, I'm forgetting the 5th. I will have to recall it because many people didn't read. the representative has been called the international ambassador, who represents all the alumni who are not in Uganda currently. That will be the 11th person. And then the 12th person will be an ex-official. The 12th person would be an ex-official who comes from the secretariat. So, to break it more down, we are going to have 3 leadership structures as the network. We are going to have the board. We are going to have the secretariat, and we are going to have the chapters. Chapters are not going to phase out. So, the board is constituted as I have explained above, and I'm going to get back, but let me just conclude with the board fully. So, the board, I'm going to first explain all of them briefly, and then I'm going to show you how they interconnect and how they will operate. So that is the board. Below the board, we are establishing what we call a secretariat. A secretariat will be led by the executive director or the executive officer, who shall be at the office here. We shall have a human resource. We shall have the board. The secretariat is going to have various program people, someone in charge of programs, partnerships, and mobilization of funds. Oh, the other person, the other program lead expert, will be in charge of fundraising and networks. To many of us who didn't read. So, the secretariat will be made of the team that deals with the day-to-day operations of the network. And it will be led by the executive director and the other program staff that has to be there, and any other volunteers that will be on board. Then we shall have the chapters that we already have. Now, what is going to change in chapters? When chapters are being set up, we have 7 cohorts. So each cohort in a particular chapter will be required to vote or nominate 2 representatives to the chapter executive. That is to say, people of 2014 can choose to say that Kasujja and person B are going to represent us on the central chapter. They are going to represent the 2014 cohort. 2015 they get there too, 2016 like that. So all the 7 cohorts will get their representatives, and that will come up to a total of 14 people from those particular different cohorts in each chapter. So people of 2014 who belong so people of 2014 Central Chapter, 2014 Western Chapter, 2014 Eastern Chapter, like that. You will have to get 2 representatives on a particular cohort. This will not be done in general. Each particular cohort will get their 2 representatives. Now, what will be done in general? These 14 people who have been elected, who have been nominated or appointed or elected, any word of your choice, they will come and constitute what we call the chapter executive. Now, that chapter executive is what will finally, with the AGM still, have where they will vote amongst them the president of the chapter, the co-president of the chapter, the secretary, and the treasurer to the chapter. And then the rest are going to be still mobilizers, because they will be coordinating all the other cohorts which they represent, all of them. Now, all these positions one can't go to. They have to be spread across all cohorts, various cohorts. So, these 14 people, we are going to get, but this one is, we are going members speaking already, which might presume I'm not being heard. They are picking? All right, thank you. So, from those 14, it's where we are getting, as I have said, the chapter president, the co-president, the treasurer, and the secretary. Now, that is not all with the chapter executive. Now, all institutional links that we had established, they have to reflect on the chapter. So, institutional links, in other words, are going to be below the chapters, and they are fully represented on the chapter executives. What does that mean? That someone who is the chief institutional coordinator for Makerere University link, Chambogo University, MUBS, CIFRAS, all those people, because their links are in the central chapter, those chief institutional coordinators will be part of the chapter executive of the central chapter. They will be part of the chapter. So that means that all those individuals I have from those particular institutions will be part of the chapter executive. That therefore means the links a chapter has are those links that will constitute the chapter executive. Their chief institutional coordinators will be part of the chapter executive. By implication, this means chapter executives have expanded to a tune of a minimum of 14 people and a maximum of over 20. Because institutional leaders will feed into the chapter executive. Okay? So, still going back to the, now I suppose I've explained the chapters, how they are going to be constituted. Then, when we get back, so the board, how the board is constituted. Now, as I told you that the board is made up of 12 persons, but 11 members of the board and 1 ex-official. These 11, how are they constituted? 5 are representatives of each chapter. Now, why did we have a chapter president and a co-president? When someone is elected a chapter president, he automatically becomes a member of the board. Now, when you become a member of the board, you automatically become an ex-official to the chapter executive. Let me repeat this again. When you are elected as a chapter president, you automatically become a member of the board. When you become a member of the board, you automatically cease to be a full member of the chapter executive, but you become an ex-official to the chapter executive where you were elected as a president. In other words, you attend their meetings, you are part of them as their chapter president, but you do not vote in their meetings because you are now an ex-official to the chapter, but you're a chapter president. By implication, that therefore means that the co-president I pointed out above assumes the full executive responsibility of the chapter. I hope that is quite clear. Therefore, the chapter co-president is literally the executive head of the chapter, but the chapter president is simply the ceremonial leader of the chapter, but he belongs to the board of the network where he has executive responsibilities. What does that still mean further by implication? I hope I don't confuse anyone. That a chapter president, after you becoming a chapter president, you can be a chapter president of the northern chapter and a chairman of the alumni network. I hope that is gotten. So, that is how it is being constituted. That is how it is being constituted. So the board, when we get the board, that's where we shall get the chairperson of the board from those people I've pointed out. Now, since from the people I've pointed out, we shall have the chairperson, the vice chairperson, the treasurer, and the treasurer, and the secretary to the board. Those four individuals will have to belong to that particular entity. Now the question might be then that how do you have a treasurer here and you have a treasurer at the secretariat? The treasurer at the board is simply a person who is responsible for finances, who is meant to offer all these reports to us here. But the secretariat has the technical person who is the chief financial officer, who knows clearly the economics and the dynamics, and he has to be a specialist in that particular area. That is to say that then at the secretariat, you're not going to have a doctor as the chief financial officer, because he has to be a technical person. But at the board, a particular doctor who is now a president of a particular chapter, he can be a treasurer, and that means he will be working with the assistance of the other technical person. I hope that is gotten clearly. And that's why you don't hear a position like a communications person here now, because that one is going to be at the secretariat, not at the board, people being busy communicating all the time, though they must have their going to be made up of 5 people. Why it's made up of 5 people, and its tenure is specifically for 1 year. Here I'm going to be biased, and I would like to ask that I want to warn us against putting anything like this tenure of this committee can be extended. When you risk that, it can remain there forever. The role of this particular committee is to supervise the process of transition from the structure we have been having to the new structure we are suggesting, and seeing how we are implementing it. And that means the moment it comes into operation, and that is to say when we agree and adopt this, we shall have to set up these 5 people from here, and they will supervise the process till after 1 year. And so the next AGM is when their tenure is dissolved, meaning they will have a report to present on how we have moved in the transition process and where it is, how things are going and what challenges we are facing, and all those particular dynamics. But it will be a group of 5 people who are going to oversee this process for specifically 1 year. They are not remunerated. They are not remunerated, but that doesn't mean that their daily expenses, where possible, can't be catered for. So, yes, I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that, and I think I will conclude with that, then we are going to pick the reaction. So I'm going to come to how we are selecting the 5 people. Then, those 5 people have pointed them out. The board will be constituted the board will constitute working committees. And those particular working committees, among others, will include the Finance, Planning and Investment Committee, which committee shall have the roles as shall be laid down by the board. We shall have the Finance, Planning and Investment Committee. Why is it like that? Because you are taking up all these things you have heard of entrepreneurship. We are not going to have that ministry, but you have a particular committee that deals with finance, planning and investment, where the secretariat can suggest investment programs, they can make budgets, and this committee reviews all these things before the board finally approves that. Then we are going to have the Monitoring and Evaluation Committee. I hope I still have people's attention. We are going to have the Monitoring and Evaluation Committee. Wait, Derek, microphone. So, we are going to have the Monitoring and Evaluation Committee, and its role is as how its name speaks. Then we are going to have in the document it was written as the Welfare, but it's going to be the Welfare, Membership and Legal Committee. It deals with purely programs that are aimed at enriching the alumni. As you give back, what is the network giving to its members? How are we doing in membership? And how do we deal with other issues which are disciplinary, which are contractual, and all such things? It will be under that committee. Now, the roles and responsibilities of this committee shall be further stipulated and laid down by the board, finally, with the support of the advisory committee. Furthermore, the terms of reference and the roles and how the secretariat is being constituted shall also be further elaborated and expanded by the board, because we can't really lay down everything as the AGM, but we can do what we are good at doing, as you gave us the other time the mandate to deal with membership, and we clearly broke it down in your best interest. So we can do that still, and we see how we move as a group. Finally, so second last, the board will have the responsibility of setting up means of micro leadership of the network. For example, what Silas suggested here of a group of 16 people. We have had earlier discussions around that how do we turn all alumni into cells, such that we know there is a cell led by Iga, there is a cell led by Mary, a cell led by Derek, which has 16 people. You have its records, and you keep following them up always. And just imagine if you have 1,000 cells, and you know, if I send an email to these 1,000 people, it goes straight away to 10,000 people. So all such things and sales of all those other means, the board will have to come up with means of how to manage those particular structures. The document that was shared explains the roles of the different positions of the members of the board, how they come into their office, which I've pointed out, how they lose their office. It doesn't mean when a board member resigns or he's found incompetent, we have to wait for the 3 years to fill that position. If the board has not yet lost its quorum, we can wait for AGM and fill that particular position. In the event that we find 6 of them incompetent, that means there is a crisis, and therefore you must have a special general meeting to fill all those positions. But as you have seen, a loss of a position in a board may often has an implication to chapter leadership. Because if it's the chapter president who is leaving, that means the chapter must get a president. 2, as you have seen, whereas the board members, that is to say a chapter president, will have a tenure of 3 years because he's a board member. The other members of the chapter serve for 2 years, it's their tenure. I hope we get it. The rest of the chapter leadership is serving for 2 years. But the institutional coordinators serve for a year. I hope still that is clear. Institutional coordinators are serving for a year, but the rest, like the cohort representatives, have their tenure of the 2 years. The other concern that was raised was, will institutions still always be around? I think that is upon us. If you think about expanding the membership of the network, then our interest and focus now should no longer be on alumni, but how can people enjoy our activities and they become members. And that means if you can encourage them, your target group can always be the institutions, and so you keep them relevant if we choose to do that. Finally, before we get into questions in that particular line, the advisory committee will be nominated. In our suggestions, it was that we should look at basically according to how the various members have offered to the network, and what we think they are capable of, and their experience in terms of the movement and management of the network. But particular other suggestions can be raised, and we see how do we come up with that committee. Or we can choose still as the AGM to refer the process of the appointment of the advisory committee to the time when we are electing, and then after seeing the leaders, because you can give someone to be on an advisory committee, yet he would be a good leader. So possibly after getting leaders, we look at what we still have on table, and we are like, we think this one can be on the committee. At this point, there is a crisis of that, because someone can be good for both, but how do you supervise and oversee yourself? That's why I think that can only be solved by either, when we choose today, that we have elections, and after the elections, you see which people have you remained with now that can help you, and you appoint them to be part of the advisors of the advisory committee. That also means you could be a cohort representative to your chapter executive, but when on the other side you're a member of the advisory committee, you're among those 5 who are overseeing the process. I hope that is clear. The advisory committee, initially the idea was it should be appointed by the AGM. Specifically the advisory committee by the AGM. Looking at its service being for 1 year, because it's simply temporary. It's not even part of our mainstream structure. It's just temporary to oversee. So it is appointed by the AGM. But as I have said, I've pointed out 2 things. That the trouble we have by the AGM doing that today, it means You may either have people who could have been at the board, getting them into being at the advisory committee, and you lose them at the board. Yet you would need them for that particular period to serve. And so, my suggestion, which is subject to debate, was that we can accept and we go through the process of the election and we get to what we want, and then during the election itself, participants who I'm quite sure, I'm not so sure, but I suppose many of the people who are part of the AGM here might be part of the teams electing and more, can agree on which people now they can suggest to be on the advisory committee on a criteria of a simple majority, and then they advise that board which has come up, or you give the board a chance to nominate people who should be on the advisory committee, 5 of them, and they work through that particular process. But the election of this committee is not clearly stipulated and laid down because it is not looked at, it's not looked at as a major element of the network. It is simply temporary and there to oversee, just a transitional committee that is guiding and overseeing the process. And after 1 year, it ceases to exist. Who is not a chapter president can be a member of that particular committee to advise. So, that's the suggested structure that we want to adopt as a network. By implication, it increases our expenditure, but by effect, it works on our sustainability as the network. It also improves on how we deal with our activities, because you have people who are in charge of the day-to-day running of the network. And finally, it also helps us to fully operationalize our activities, and we see how do we engage as a group. Finally, this one is also a comment just. It is not related to this, but I think what I will ask is possibly I would take the concerns about this particular discussion. Then after it, possibly I would have, for example, responses on my questions to Livingstone, and then possibly still where I would want some responses. Would be I wanted to get from Silas. I have when I've heard that our website is there and you want to upload things, I am disturbed because as the chairperson, I have consistently complained to you about the use of personal emails. So I don't know if you tell me that the website is active. I don't know whether it doesn't come with such provisions like emails, and we stop reducing the usage of our individual emails, which when you leave office, I don't know how we shall collect all those records. Apart from you printing them out, we shall not have them in the cloud. So I don't know whether that has been thought of and resolved since we have the website, because I find that quite important. I also don't know whether we do not have some little money that now we have an official contact of the network, that when I sit somewhere I can call, and I am not calling Silas in particular, but I'm calling Mfabu, and there's someone to receive that particular call. And finally, it is a thought to all of us. I don't know whether, most especially now, this might go to Frederick Nash, could be more equipped in a particular area. I don't know whether we don't have people we can reach out to or speak to, and we get internet in this place. A very good and stable internet. I think it would be a good attractive factor to people here. Otherwise, I think those three things I will get comments from you, Silas, after people have asked on what I've presented, and we have responded on it and adopted it, and then possibly you respond to my concerns, Silas, if you can, and many of us who can, and then Livingstone. Thank you.
Please, a hand of applause for MC. I'm sorry, I've swapped a little because of time. So there were quite a number of things that were laid out. There were quite a lot to absorb and take down, and okay. The ideal was, after secondary, you vote your chapter presidents. Now we are entering a new normal where we have to get a new committee even upon not having new entrants into the chapters. So that propelled us to come up with a thought process. And that's why we are thinking, come on, wait. Can we have this team of young people being a pool of every member that has ever been in a cohort? Meaning, I've ever been in the cohort of Central. If I'm still interested, I'll subscribe under the Central. If I feel I'm away from the Central, I'll go back to Hoima. You get it, And then I go into the Western chapter. Stuff like that. So now, but then we've been having this team of the 5, which we've been calling the SEC. And then this team, for a number of reasons, we feel like they are going into the world. They're going to get jobs. They're going to UN. Those amazing organizations. And the time they give us is becoming reduced. One, we don't pay them. Effectiveness is reducing. So could we have a team that we pay to be here? I'm like, okay, yes, it's possible, but now we can handle one, the ex-official. Like, okay, if we get this one person and then we pay this one person to constantly be at office and they do the day-to-day activities, and we expect to come at office and they are there, we expect to have an outreach and they are there, they are running everything. And they can have later a committee which they will choose how they recruit in guidance with the board, and then they have a team of a secretariat. A secretariat means it's not elected. They are workers. And that means we can be able now to run day-to-day stuff without leaning on anyone. Okay? So now, for now, we want only one person, the executive. That's why he's there. They were like, okay, but from the other chapters, how do we make the board? And like, okay, let's get all 5 people from the chapters, because there are 5, and then we get all 5 which we are going to elect, which we are proposing. Instead of having the 5 SEC members, can we now have 5 department heads? They were having ministers, but the problem was the ministers were appointed. But we don't want to take democracy out of Mfabu. We still want the spirit of democracy to remain where? Because we don't want Gambanogu to penetrate systems. And like, okay, can we leave them electables, but with a certain criterion? And like, we want these values. For you to be at this level, you must be possessing these particular values. Then you come and race out. And you're like, yes, I can stand. And and then you do not come down to work, but you go to the board. And that means you make policies which the secretariat must implement. Okay, so where does that leave us with expenses? Boom, blown up expenses. We must sustain people at office. And we still had a bigger burden of the office, given the fact that BRAC has withdrawn. So that's why we are having this discussion. I think I've tried to bring it from the English. My brother, the lawyer, was getting it out. So I brought it to your English. To the So that is it. So, and other things I didn't talk about. So now you are at liberty to give in your view, depending on what has been shared. Nothing is conclusive, and it's us to shape it. So the microphone is going to be moving very fast, and I'm giving everyone not more than a minute. So I'm giving everyone 40 seconds. Let your question be precise and accurate. Precise and accurate and straightforward. Yeah, the question was about the institutions, and has been explained, not phasing them out, but also sustaining them there is hard, eh? So you can give in your views. So let's handle this tent. Oh, let's start from here. From here. Any other hand from here? Because I'm giving 3 hands here, then I move 3 hands there.
Yes, thank you very much for that.
You say the name because it's going on record.
Yeah, my name is Ongei Oscar from the Northern Chapter. Yeah, I want to appreciate the change, and I believe that it's taking us to the best. But my question is that we are still finding challenges with paying the office, and we have no serious running source of income today. How are we going to manage these board members and the office expenses if we have not yet had any source of income which is going to be sustainable enough to manage all those? If we don't have that at the time, that means we are not ready for the change. Then
wow, 40 seconds.
Okay,
are you
okay.
still within 40 seconds? Yeah. So okay, be fast.
Then also something concerning the is it privatization of our entities, for example, the honey masters. In the leadership system we are adopting, are we having any way we are going to incorporate some system to be helping us to strictly monitor these entities in a way that we don't make losses, or we shall leave it all to to the treasurer? So we have to think about that, because money is everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm picking, please be straightforward. I don't want to cut you short, so I want you to use 40 seconds. The first question was answered. There is a team. There is a finance and investment team that is dealing with the investment. So we shall answer. I'll push the other one to Abbas. Yes.
Right for Abbas, those questions.
Okay, they are done this side. So there is one question to answer here, eh? The possibility to pay.
I love this.
Given we are failing already to sustain the office. Yes, let's start with the lady in Martin. Start with her. At least she's one of the I see every day. And I may go for discussion and she fires me. Hey, Gamba no is everywhere. Yes.
Don't use part of my 40 seconds, please. Good afternoon, everyone. In 40 seconds, personally, I just would like to critique the criteria for choosing the committee that's going to be monitoring?
Transitional committee.
Yes, exactly. The one that's going to operate for 1 year. I'm having a problem with this team that has been elected to the board being the one directly responsible for choosing which team is going to, monitor their own operation. I don't know how reliable that's going to be, which now leaves us with a second option that Mr. Abbas presented to us, using the majority kind of criteria basing on the electorate and not the elected board. Thank you.
Yes, when the language is spoken, sometimes I get lost. But when I see hands being clapped, I know you've understood. Next question.
Thank you so much.
Electorate.
Thank you so much. My name is Ajuga Alan, and I seek clarity on basically 2 points. The first one is the criteria for choosing cohort representatives, which I didn't grasp well. And the second, I can't say it's it's an issue, and I seek clarity on. It's about having a replica of responsibilities, like president, co-president, and the president comes back to sit with the co-president at the same time. I don't know if that would be convenient for the co-president in the presence of the president to pass some policies. Thank you.
Conveniency. I also, truth to say, again, it goes up, again comes back without powers, and again the other one is there. Yeah, it makes sense. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon.
The name and the
Sanja
chapter.
Afoyorth, Northern Chapter. My question is precise. I was getting his point at the very start, but I got lost somewhere. Now, I believe Mfabu has a constitution, and if so, doesn't this proposal call for amendment? And if yes, aren't there some impacts that are going to come out of it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that one I can clear it. We have a constitution, and part of the constitutional process is when we are making changes, AGM. That's why we have the AGM, and we are proposing. So you have a right to say no and yes. Yes, and if we agree, then we go to the other body constitution, we amend it, and we have a new amendment. Yes.
Thank you so much. Nduwai Ronald is my name. I just want to seek clarity. If you want to be part of chapter leadership, is it compulsory to be that chapter to be current residents, or you can be part of Southern chapter, but you are currently maybe working in Kampala? Thank you.
Okay, now question of defining chapters is coming in. Who is a chapter and who is a chapter member? What is a chapter and who is a chapter member?
Thank you so much.
Yes.
My concern is here.
Is someone writing? Because we're coming back to them. Yes.
I'm inquiring, what chief, like on the chapter side, if you choose 5 members, I'm assuming, and then time comes, I'm going to give an example of the Mfabu. It can spend like a week, you're not seeing sensible message coming from members, right? So if we choose those people and people are not exercising their duties, so is there any sanction for them, or you just let them be part of the committee and move on?
I am letting that sink in. Sensible message. But first wait. And there is no sensible. That's a big question going to the communications team. Sensible. I think they have gotten that one, but that word was so powerful, eh? Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My first concern is about the selection or voting of the chapter leadership. When you say that we need to have 2 representatives from every cohort, what if a chapter has no representative in a certain cohort? When they have the representative in that section, then also about the committees you said there are supposed to be around 5 committees, and then those 5 committees, who's going to select the committees and how many people are going to constitute each committee? For example, like the financial committee. Then the other thing is about the selection of the board leaders, where you said it's going to be professional based. For example, a finance person is supposed to be a person with credentials concerning finances. So who is going to evaluate and which team is going to be in position to select those people? Because even you may be interested in that position because you have the credentials and another person have the credentials, yet you are all going to apply for the same position.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I can clear the air. No chapter doesn't have cohorts because all chapters were built on basis of cohorts. So all of us are balanced. Number 2, about the election of the board and the evaluation. The technical persons are not coming from the electables. The technical persons are coming from the secretariat. Is that right? So the secretariat, the CEO, the CEO's team is a technical team. Then the board members, you are the political leaders, influencers, decision makers, drivers, rejectors, acceptors. So it's not related with your abilities. Yes.
Okay, my name is Gladys. I wanted to, it's just a suggestion about the payment issue. Why don't we first maybe get some different sources of finance before we can implement that? And also, we are going to pay specific people yet there are also other people working, don't you think they're going to be discouraged and also maybe say, after all, we are not paid, something of that sort? Then also about the product you guys make, the wristband, the what, is it only sold here or you can even take it outside? Can't you pick some representative? Maybe you give them, like we can even sell them at campus, the people you trust. Because if they're only here, people don't come here like every day. So my suggestion was, can they take them outside to other people? Because like the cups even girls can buy and all those other things. Thank you.
Okay, maybe one before I get his last hand, then we get rest. Okay, I want to get 1, 2, 3, and 4 hands, and then we get responses. One, okay, I will leave those ones. Let's get the other ones. About the wristbands, I think the things being produced here, I think those things are weak. We now need sensible things. That's why we need a person that is going to be paid to out-reason drivers, costs. How do we meet them? Because right now we are working at volunteer basis, affecting productivity. So there is a belief that we could hit productivity. Let's get those questions. We will come back. There is another round.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
I'm Ivan Ahumza, the current secretary for the Southern chapter, and I'm a freshman at MOOC. So my question is...
Yeah, he's a freshman.
My question is, in case I misconceptualized your communication, Councillor Abbas, I pray I won't be standing any chances of being sued. So my question is, how you talked about the institutional links feeding in the chapter, I think chapter links. I wanted to seek clarity on that. How will it work out? How will it be possible? Institutional links overfeeding to the chapter links. I think I got it that way.
Okay, that we've captured that. How do the institution fit into the links? Mary has captured that. Yes, let's go to the second hand.
Okay, thank you. Me, one of the things that is still a bit confusing me, however much you're trying to give the general answer of it, is about paying the chairman board, then overseeing the people that are not paid for, like paying the driver and the conductor is not paid for, and you expect those people to work according to the command of the chairman board. That is one. Two, you know, we believe that everything has a legal implication on it. Yes, we are talking about the chairman board, but this person, as in we are not defining his real power as in his area of jurisdiction. Where do his powers stop, as in where do they begin from and where do they end from? And from that point, where do the powers of the chapter president, the co-chairman, the other person you have now given the power to take up the position of the president, since the president is now put on the board and is the ex-official, how does he work? How does that person, where his or her power begin from and where does it end from?
Captured.
It should be really explained.
Captured.
And two, according to our, anyway, now three. According to our constitution, however much I'm not clear, I haven't clearly addressed my mind on the former constitution that we had. Does it automatically give us the ability and the power to abolish it all and create a new one immediately? Because from that, that I'm reading at the introduction of this, the proposed structure that you're giving, I'm not getting the clear point. Really, we should, he's a lawyer, we should follow the legal right of it. Thank you.
Yeah, one thing I want to assure you, within the legalities, there are sections in our constitution that cannot be amended. And we are keeping, I think in the preamble is being aware of our blah, 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 blah. So we are aware of where we come from. So there are sections that are padlocked, but there are sections that are open. Part of them is structure and day-to-day running. Another one is operations, mandates. So we are keeping in mind of where we've come from, our history, and we are on a good legal footing. I can proudly say that when I'm not yet in court. So now I can say that. I can say that and I can defend it unless I am on a before that. Yes, let's have that.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Wavena Francis from the Western chapter. If I heard very well, becoming a board member is totally voluntary, and there are supposed to be 2 members from each chapter. So what happens in case there are more than 2 members willing to be voluntary from every cohort? Then the other thing is people have been promised voting rights, and yet becoming a board member is voluntary. I mean, what's the use of these voting rights when people are actually disenfranchised? I'm bamfuzzled by that.
Okay, you're disfranchised and are puzzled, and yeah, people, you're picking, eh? You're picking, eh? Maureen, are you okay? Okay, so I think those.
Before you run away, you said something that was responding to the problem we had with having to get new products that can sell and be able to facilitate this whole new arrangement. And it was in line with the fact that what we have now are very small things and things. Do you suggest that we have that, was it 9 or 90 million, Mr. Finance, that's held in the products we already produced? So that we just get new ones, that's another investment, ignoring the previous one. I think we need market for these first. We first get that money from them before we...
On my knees, apologies. Let's move. Yes, I think we can come back and answer those ones. It's okay. His.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to talk if you are going to give me around 5 minutes.
Eh?
If it is not, then...
Bring it on. I'll be cutting a few things, eh? I'll not give you 5, I'll give you 2. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Murungi Brian Makubuya from Bunyangabu, Western Chapter. I would like to thank the Honorable Abbas for the wonderful proposals as far as amendments are concerned in the leadership structure of Mfabu. Well, it is good as such, but to my observation, it seems to be a complex kind of leadership structure which involves a lot of do's and don'ts that the people may not, within a reasonable time, come to terms with it. So I'd like Abbas to respond in that by giving me some precedent concerning maybe other organizations, non-government organizations, as it is now. Mfabu is one, and other bodies which are run on such a complex leadership structure. That is 1. 2, I would like Mr. Abbas still to bring me on the issue of elections, because from his presentation it sought to suggest that actually the powers to vote someone would tend to think that they are within, for example, on the chapter executive, that it is these members from whom they will find the president and co-president and other officials. So I would like to be guided on whether the institutions who are also going to be part of the chapters, are they also going to vote? Then what about the cells? I remember we discussed about them in the other Zoom meeting we had about these amendments. So the voting, it does not bring out the people's participation like it was previously, that people are called from chapters, they come and gather and vote for the leaders of Mfabu to feel that they are part of the network. Then the same applies to the board, that unless I did not hear clearly, but from what you presented, it's like it is the board amongst themselves to get the leaders of the board. So the democratic part of it, people might feel disenfranchised, as Wabiona put it. Then the other issue is about, we have been having an issue of chapters. There are some chapters which are too big. I tried to raise it in the other meeting on Zoom, but it was not taken on. But I seek response to that. We have Eastern chapter running a number of regions. So this time I thought that maybe in the new amendments,
that one would do, a solution would be found as regards that, because people find it hard to run those chapters. The northern chapter, you have West Nile, Lango, Acholi, Karamoja, all those ones are under one person. So the issue of chapters, because even me in Western chapter, my tenure as chapter president, we saw it as a problem because leaders were mostly coming from the Rwenzori region, and the people in the Bunyoro sub-region were being left out. So we formed a committee chaired by Opio Jacob, and Wabiona was the public, the one in charge of publicity. So, and I think Mr. Cyrus talked about it and said it was a sub-chapter, and it, according to him, it didn't perform, but for us it really performed and brought the members of the Bunyoro sub-region on board. So that is also another issue. Then finally, on finances, yeah, I get sick with the issue that whenever we come for AGMs, leaders are campaigning, leaders are swearing in, all our minds are tailored towards partnership, towards getting funding from those organizations, MCF and what. But then my issue, guidance or suggestion would be that it is the time or high time that we focus on internally grown solutions towards finances, raising finances. Not all the time we shall have partnerships. So if at all we have compassionate saints, and someone suggested to say that it is like seasonal, but then let such projects be, attention be put on that, such that we can have our own resources really grown, because it does not make sense you live around the millions, the finance personnel said that they are leaving behind, just in what? In bank and what? But if it could be in form of assets that we are owning this and this, and it is helping us out to get money, because we have the personnel to actually run some of these things. So that is my humble submission. I thank you all.
Thank you so much. Wow, it has been a robust. To some I answered. I believe some I answered. So the microphone is going to go back to Abbas, and Mary is going to be giving us one by one, and then which you think I did not answer to, you please roll to. Are there some you think you have off head and you can give in a nutshell? Okay, give him. Yes.
Thank you. So, one on a few comments about what Brian, just starting from picking a few things from his questions. I'm sure at least there is no law that enabled you to create a sub-chapter in Bunyoro. But you did it, and neither did it become illegal actually. It was lawful still. And as many of us can know, and it is known, specifically now to Brian, that now, for instance, here, we cannot legislate the entire process and tell you how you will subdivide your chapters and how committees you will run them in your chapters. But when we tell you that as a chapter executive, you are responsible for the organization and the management of the chapter, that has given you powers to say, we are going to have someone who is in charge of West Nile. We want a person who is in charge of Choli and Lango. We have also created committees there which are going to help us in ABC, and you are going to get district representatives. That will leave it at the discretion of the chapter presidents. Because if we write down all that you have to do, literally we are telling you, don't think, follow this blueprint. But we give you the mandate, but we leave you with the responsibility to discretionally break it down in the best interest of the chapter and the people you lead. So that's why we did not exactly say we are going to expand chapters. We have left the ones we have. But the chapter leadership will have to come up with means that achieve the objectives of the alumni network and their interests as chapters. That's why, as a point of thought, we should think that if, for instance, today we woke up and said, Iga, you're going to be our president of this particular chapter, nothing stops you, for you, out of your own initiative, to say that for us as the Northern chapter, actually, we shall always have our annual general meeting to discuss as a chapter and make plans as a chapter and share with the entire alumni network. That is all within your power. But we may not exactly legislate about it here because it will be too much for us to write. We may end up writing a document of over 40 pages that will bore all of you. So that's why we didn't get into those details. Two, the cells that you had suggested to us. Those particular leadership structures, we suggested them in the preliminary meetings, but they were never adopted by people. And it was suggested that when we establish the board should remain with the responsibility of coming up with means as to how we can create such cells of leadership and how we can use them. So in other words, that power was transferred to the board. That's why if all of us have read that particular document that was shared, one of the last segments it is about micro leadership, and the powers are given to the board to come up with means as to how we can design all these cells and their attendant leadership structures. That's how it is on that. Then on the matter of are we doing away with democracy and election and all those other different forms of means of
Hela.
we are not doing away with them. How and why? When we say that chapters are going to be made up of cohort representatives, two persons representing each cohort. That means when we come at the means of election, though this is more of the responsibility of how the Electoral Commission will design how we shall elect, but there must be an assurance that these two representatives of a particular cohort in a particular chapter are arrived at through a meaningful and representative participation of the individuals who are affected by the election of that person. For example, if we are going to elect a representative of the 2014 cohort in the central chapter, it will be so unfair that me of 2016 I should decide for them who should represent them. I don't know whether I'm right at that. Or people of 2020, their particular person representing their cohort should be determined by a person of 2016. But that particular chapter and in that particular year, and people who belong to that particular cohort will among themselves elect the two people who are going to represent them at the board, at the chapter executive. Okay? That's the first stage of participation. That is to say, if you have elections, just as we used to divide ourselves into colleges, you will have means which the Electoral Commission have to decide and organize that a particular cohort in a particular chapter can participate in getting their two representatives in that particular chapter executive, each cohort in their particular year. Now, after that, that is not the end of their participation. Now, that means if you intend to be a chapter president, it is important that you first of all caucus your cohort, such that your cohort sends you as a representative to the chapter. But that is subject to your decision, and I will give you an alternative. Then, out of the people who are sent, those 14 people who belong to the cohort, amongst them, we are going to have the people who will contest for chapter presidency. Now, those particular people, for you to be elected as a chapter president, you're not going to be elected by the 14. But now a participation of all the other players in the chapter will elect their president and co-president. I don't know whether it is, I'm sure it is a bit complex, but it is that the cohort meets and they elect their two representatives who wish to be. They are elected. After that, all of you collectively in the chapter will elect the president among the 14 when they choose to compete for the different positions. But those 14 whom you sent at first. Yes?
So is that clear? We send off from the cohorts, we send into the pool of chapters. Now we sit again to elect from the 14 if they want to fill the existing position. Meanwhile, there is food, eh? There is food, eh?
On the same thing, someone asked about what happens. Francis asked what happens if a chapter has more than two people to bring on board.
So, what happens if a chapter has more than 2 people to bring on board? Oh, just in an absurd manner. And should I say, in terms of humor, I wish to be a chairperson of this network, but I didn't become Silas was. So, the fact is we can always wish so many of us, but finally, democracy can dictate only 2. So, if you wish 4 of you, the cohort can sit and they elect the 2, and the 2 will come at the chapter executive. And they will see how the other ones can also assist. Because surely you can't have only 2 people who wish. You will have more than that. But finally, you will have to get to a particular fixed number. But as an alternative, which is also subject to people here, you can all decide and you're like, for us, what we want as a network is we can elect those chapters, we can vote those cohort representatives, but let it be open that anyone who wishes to be a chapter president or to take these other official positions like a president and a co-president and a treasurer and what, let us all just ask at once and we re-vote. If you are part of the other 14, good. If you are not, still it is okay, come and lead us. That is upon the people here. Though the idea in mind was that after getting the 14, they can bid for these positions and you elect among them. A conflict between a president and a co-president, there won't be a conflict. Why won't there be a conflict? The reason why you are elected as a chapter president actually is not exactly for you to head the executive functions of the chapter, but for you to represent the chapter at the board. Okay? And then this person, why is called a co? Because he's going to assume the real roles of the chapter. So when you feel actually your interest isn't being at the board exactly, but you want to lead your chapter, contesting for being a co-president is better. Because even then, the chapter president will have no official role in the chapter other than being your ceremonial leader because he represents you at the board. And he can act as a link that when the board sits, he represents your chapter because he's an ex-official to your chapter executive.
A case in point. Could we relate this with an LC5 chairman who is running the district work and then the member of parliament who sits in the executive? When the meetings are down here, the member of parliament comes and engages in them, but he brings the views of parliament and he picks the views from down and takes them to the parliament.
Absolutely. That's, I think, a very clear picture. So he's a member of parliament, he's a member of the district executive, but that doesn't make him above the chairperson. The chairperson does his role, and he also sits, suggests in the meeting when they are voting. He doesn't vote, but he can transfer the views of the district to the parliament and parliament to the district.
So in a case in point, how about we change the names? Because the names could bring up a problem. Because now here we see the actual lead of the district is the cohort. So why don't we come up simply with the 2 names that are different, that we know this one is going to be a representative of the chapter at the board, and then this one is the legal leader of the chapter. So that we can differentiate them from the word go.
I suppose that could make things a little bit easier. So I think it will be simply a question of diction, which we can agree that people will sit down and suggest a name. But if we want, we can adopt that we shall have only one chapter president who leads the chapter, and then the chapter representative to the, or we just call him the chapter representative to the board. And he's elected by the chapter with a particular role of representing them to the board. Possibly that simplifies it.
Another question was,
yes,
how do chapter links fit into, how do institutional links fit into the chapter links?
When you are elected at your institution and you set up your committee at the institution, you who heads that particular institution, you automatically become a member of the chapter executive. How? Chapters are determined in terms of region. So all institutions in central Uganda belong to the central chapter. And so the leaders of those institutions, chief institutional coordinators, will automatically become members of the central chapter executive. I hope that is also fairly clear. Then there was something, still a question, I think it was from Brian, that this structure is so complex. Where have you seen it before? This structure, I have seen it. I'm going to give you examples where I've seen it, but it is not a replica of where I've seen somewhere, because we are not a replica of what happens everywhere. So look at an example. Let me deal with NGOs. All NGOs you hear, Chapter for Uganda, NGOs like Human Rights, Uganda Human Rights Commission, that is a government entity, and all NGOs you have had in life, they all have what they call a board of governors or a board of directors, and they have a chairman of the board. Now, still all those NGOs you hear have whom we call a CEO or an executive director. That person isn't the head of the NGO whenever you hear that name. He's simply the person who leads the technical aspects of that NGO. And then there is a board, which is often less pronounced, by the way, because the executive director is often the face of the organization. But there is a board which discusses policies, which instructs the executive director what to do, which directs him on what should be done. That's how the board is. And all organizations, all of them literally have boards. Another example, many of you have been following NSSF. So NSSF, when you see Mr. Richard Byarugaba as its executive director, he's the technical executive director, but there is the board that actually approves his contract with the guidance of the president and views all his policies, and they look through everything he's doing. But there is a board above him, but the difference is board tebera mbutala. They are simply somewhere working, but the executive director is everywhere being seen.
The other question is, what is the jurisdiction of the board members?
Now, the jurisdiction, I had not gone into that, but the document that was shared shows the roles of the chairman, the roles of the secretary, the roles of the treasurer, what is the board meant to do, and what our chapters are doing. And so there is no major clash of responsibilities, but they all have their different roles distinctly laid down, and they know how to do it.
The other question is,
yes,
does the constitution give power to members to amend the constitution?
Yes, I think Derek answered that. The constitution gives us powers to amend the constitution, but there are some articles which can't be amended, and therefore, and we have not amended any of them. But in terms of our structure of leadership, the constitution gives us that responsibility, and it's you people to decide either to change or to remain there. That's what the constitution gives us as the responsibility.
Then how would the board members be numerated, and how do we monitor the operation of activities and enterprises in place?
One, board members are not paid like they have a salary. Board members are simply have, for instance, if you're attending a meeting and they have given you airtime allowance, good. If they have given you some transport allowance for something you are going to do, good. But there is no, even in all organizations, there is no specified salary for belonging to a board. They are simply particular allowances according to the ability of the organization. But it's only members of the secretariat you pay, but the board works but given allowances. All board members you see anywhere, don't be convinced anywhere that they are given salaries. They are simply given particular allowances, and according to the ability of the organization, that's how heavy an allowance can be. But all of them are given simple allowances but not salaries. It's only the secretariat which is paid. Then the secretariat, you pay the top person, you are not paying the other people. I think that is subject to discussion to all of us. It was our suggestion in view of our resources, and we see how we can facilitate other people, but that's a crisis because we don't have much resources, but yet we need activities to keep moving. So what do we choose to start with as an entity?
Then who is going to do the selection of the committees, and who evaluates the board members?
One, who evaluates the board members? The AGM evaluates their activities. Whenever you meet, they must provide a report, and you assess their report when they are reporting back to you, because the AGM is the supreme. Two, who selects the committees? After the board being constituted, and we all at the AGM, because it's the AGM that will elect all these people finally to assume their various positions. And you do that. When they join the board, they form working committees that can help them to work, just as Silas formed a committee that organized this AGM, just as they form a committee that organizes a particular event. They can also form committees amongst themselves, such that they help them work, and they don't work all of them on one thing. But they know there are people who are working on item A, people working on item B, and people working on item C. So those are simply working committees for the board. But finally, a board member can be removed by the AGM or can be maintained by the AGM in view of how they are performing. And then the executive or the secretariat, their work, as I said, it is based on contract and their terms of reference. And at that point, all of us can't participate. For instance, if you choose to appoint those people, you will have an interviewing committee that will interview them and award marks to them, and finally they choose the best person to work.
Then who is a chapter member, and who can stand as a representative from the chapters?
Who is a chapter member? A chapter member, one, I believe that requires more definition by us here. But a chapter can be either where you reside, or where you study from, or where you as an individual you wish to impact, and so you want to belong to that particular chapter. I can be here in the central chapter, but I feel more comfortable in the eastern chapter. So I choose to belong there, and I engage simply in activities of the eastern chapter. And if by me choosing to belong there, and I'm registered to belong to that particular chapter, I can then be elected to represent that chapter either at the board or to become a leader of that chapter.
Okay, just the second last one. Let me read the last ones. One, if 5 members are chosen in chapters and they become inactive, do we sanction them? Then if all members are not given equal payments, or if all members are not remunerated, some members will be discouraged. So how will we go about that?
One, sanctioning chapter members, chapter leaders. I believe we just need to come up with mechanisms that if a chapter leader is not performing, and as you chapter members you feel uncomfortable, how do we give you powers to call for a meeting and impeach such a leader? Which is very possible. I think it's simply a question of rules, and we lay it down such that you have means of controlling your leaders. And it also comes on how you can organize as a chapter to how do you frequently hold meetings such that you hold people accountable as a chapter. Then, finally, how do you handle the morale? Morale automatically depends on remuneration. Remuneration automatically depends on the available funds. If you don't have funds, you will not pay people very well. So it is simply a question of us sitting down and knowing how much are we willing to spend, and how much therefore are we to pay person A, B, and C. But two, I will tell you, there are many people that you see as volunteers in organizations. They are actually not paid. But this is just off record. But the CVs they build because of where they have belonged is equal an addition. But in most cases, an organization pays a particular number of staff, and they often have support staff, people who come as volunteers, people who come as interns, because they are being engaged and they are attached to a particular responsibility. But that all depends on the monies we have and how much we can pay. But the fact is there is a necessity that we must have people whom we can remunerate here such that they move the activities of the network.
Maybe the last one, there is something that Brian talked about, that he feels bad all the time when he comes and we're talking about partnerships, and we don't have money, we don't know how we're going to sustain the association. So he was suggesting that we come up with internal sources and projects that we can get from financial resources from our own.
That's true, Brian. We all agree with that. And I will say that will always belong to the leadership structure. And I will tell you, I think the current leadership has done a lot, because after paying all the rent and running all the activities they have managed to run, they still have money on their account. That money is not simply seated there. They use that very money and it produces more money. The only idea is that we need to focus and know, if we want to generate money from membership, how do we do that? How do we regulate and maintain and run compassion centers? How do we benefit from honey masters? There is a deliberate need that we need to work on that. And I'm sure we can't always do that as a large group. All we can do at AGM is to recommend and have resolutions. Then the leaders who are in leadership then have to fully push that such that the network keeps moving. But as an NGO or as a group that deals with charity, automatically we shall always have to depend on support from donors like BRAC, like WHO, all those players, because those are our key major partners. Not to say that we don't need to support ourselves. And that can be through membership and all the other means.
Okay, thank you so much. What I want to say, we don't need to feel convinced, okay?
Yeah.
Even when it has been put forward and you're not in agreement, you can rally a few people to line behind you, because we must vote around these issues. That's the power of AGM. So even though someone has the microphone and they convince you and you're not convinced, you don't vote, okay? So our lunch is in the building, but as they get it ready, I have a few concerns online. We would like to go online. Someone was having concerns online. Yes, I happen to have missed many of these. Okay, Galiwango Mavini says, I truly agree with what council suggested about then chapter belonging. About then chapter belonging. Let it be upon the choice and feasibility of the specific members. For instance, if someone is in central Uganda by birth, but works or spends most of his time in northern Uganda, that person may only be productive if belong to closest chapter. And we can say we will ask the new chapters to have chapter registers this time, because we want micromanagement of people within the what? Within that chapter. So there should be systems of follow-up within that chapter. So if I wake up and I subscribe to 2 chapters, I can even subscribe to this chapter, but when I'm a silent funder of 1 chapter. Like I've always been. I was the president of Central Chapter, but I always respond when there is a call in the West, because that's where I come from. Yes, I used to pay school fees for those kids. These girls are just looking at me with that eye. Anyway, but we should put that into consideration. Yes, okay, I can't see the other concerns. I've just logged in. Was someone on and you have those previous messages? Okay. The messages here. Okay, can we hear them? So we're trying to hear the comment. So whoever is online, would request you to please keep it short. Yes. So I am online and I'm going to be calling one by one. So you raise up your hand. Okay. As the meals are getting ready. So I'll start with Pascal Okello. You can unmute. Oh, no. Ambrose was already speaking. I don't know. We can't hear you. Let's start with Ambrose and then we go to Okello. Please, everyone, keep it short.
AGM to take part in choosing this committee. I think it will need now. It will call for people applying for such opportunities because I might be volunteering to take part in maybe a monitoring and evaluation team. But it could be that I don't have the knowledge on that. So how will you handle that? Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Okelo. We will go to chemical. Chemical Sekirembe. All right, since he is not coming through, I will come in with my submission. Hope I am loud and my submissions really, Abbas has literally has said it all. I will just say two statements. One, we either take the medication now or we are just deferring the medication, but we shall need to take that medication at some point T. Two, we either take on the costs that we are running away from, or we are just deferring those costs, and at some point T will actually want to still incur those costs. So when we talk about employing a secretariat, and here we are suggesting that maybe let's employ one secretariat. Money makes money unless we invest that money and make people accountable for that cause. We will still be in the lullaby of running around when we don't have anyone responsible for certain offices, because we are young individuals who are growing. We have aspirations and dreams that we are chasing upon, and putting in place a volunteer, as we have been, and tremendous work we have done. I think now is the time for us to accept that we need to transition and respond to the Young Africa Work Strategy, offer employment, create employment, as we are very optimistic that these employments are actually going to bring us money, because we are paying individuals that are going to think for us, individuals that are going to be accountable and are there to work in the good of the association. And lastly, just as my brother, the legal guru, has said it, boards are never paid. And someone was asking for a precedence where such structures are actually working. It is around you in all NGOs, it's around you in all governments. Thank you so very much.
The team online engaged. Yes, that sound is going off. Thank you. So you've kept the team online engaged. Ladies and gentlemen, we've driven ourselves this far. I am going to ask the team on foot to give us this. So I'm proposing, instead of voting now, as we are, oh, there is one from him, then we close it. Instead of voting now, when our brains are depleted of glucose, how about we have that quick meal as we are drafting these resolutions that need to be resolved on, then we bring them back here, and then in a more organized format, and then we ask whether they are, if you qualify them to be worthified as resolutions, worthy to be voted upon, then we progress them. But to do that, let us send you off for that quick lunch. So we're going to have a working what? A working lunch. So you're going to go and pick your food and come back in the seat, okay? So let me only hear from his concern, because he has been signaling on me.
Okay, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to use the least time possible. I don't know who this question goes to, but a series of people have been asking it and no one was able to give the right answer. Well, we discover that Mfabu has been working under MasterCard and now BRAC. But MasterCard was the funder, so BRAC was just implementing the programs of MasterCard. That was a scholars program. And now it has come to an end. But you discover that NGOs like BRAC has a series of programs. I'm lucky that I've been I've been doing some internship with BRAC. I was working with human resource, then after I was working with the health program. But in health, there are different programs, and one of them is Agile. Now, for Agile, it has specific funders or specific people that give the program money. But you discover that at a certain point in time, some of these funders withdraw. So when they withdraw, then Agile does not stop functioning. By then, there are always possibilities that they always come up with. Now, they are always selling glasses, and what they do is to make sure every time sales increase. So, AGM, someone was telling me he made a comment and said, it's actually the leadership that is coming in place that is supposed to cater for the project. But I'm thinking that this is an AGM, and one of the reasons why we hold such is to come up with ideas. Instead of the president coming here and saying, peace is going to give us 50 in 4 months and all that. You know, these are just possibilities. In case someone fails to raise that money, are you going to imprison them? Is there anything like any act or action that is going to be taken against them? So my proposal would be, fine, we have some money on ground. How about if we come up with projects where that money can be injected? And we know in the beginning it's not going to be so positive, but probably after a month, 2 months, a year, something very productive is going to be coming out of it. Other than having plain cash and, you know, having someone is going to be giving us 50, something like that. That could be my proposal, because that's how BRAC is functioning. Because every other day, funders or the sponsors withdraw. But when they withdraw, there are programs that keep injecting money into the program. So BRAC keeps on going. So it is the same thing I would ask the chairperson. Meanwhile, we do the lunch, but I think that should also...
Couple of 50, we cannot pay that money. So we put up drives and we write proposals, but we start with ourselves first. So that approach of members, we do not want to run away. I want to be quoted clearly on camera. There is a very, very bad habit that was implanted in us, and that is the habit of always being at the receiving end. So we've come for functions. Imagine, let me give you a scenario. People are there in Chikoni. Some of them don't know here, because every time they come to Mfabu related activities, they want remuneration in terms of transport. And I'm clear, that's why they are not responding in your chapters. So we clearly want to do away with that. Whether we are going to lose members, it is to my saddest point to say we will lose you in order to get you back. Because you will only see us progressing, that you will want to be back and be part of us, but you will not have enough time to cover for the period you have already left. So that's how I came to the chair, and I said, Chair, now I'm working class. Though I'm a student, but I've been working. Equally, Abbas, he has finished school. The same thing, Doctor is finishing very soon here. He's going for internship. That money is small, but government is increasing it. Tomorrow he'll have some money. Mwenyeze is still a student, but a hustler. He's earning. Like, why would we keep being at the beggary point of view to brag? To who? To get the money. There is no organization as sustained. Here, Fawe. Fawe comes back to its members to contribute money to pay. So it's this point that I'm asking you. By the way, you will never be ready to give. Whether you think you're a student, that backwardness spirit is going to be in you until you decide to do away with it and start giving. Me, I am ready to start the giving to this organization because it has brought me this far. About you, I don't know. And Chair, even though I remain alone, I'll pay that 50,000. and it's up to you whether to put it on rent, but I think I want to do it. And if I believe if we get 10 groups, we can say the entire year has been cleared. And now we get this CEO that we gave the job. Like next year you're paying, but we want that money to be accumulated this year. Can even say we are not doing away with that, but we are now going to use the 16 groups to be paying in so that we can buy land. The need for money can never, even BRAC itself, its need for money has never gone dry. Though I don't refute the truth that we need outstanding ideas. So we have not been able to sustain those ideas because we've been at a voluntary level. So Derek, I've been coming here to give as much as I can give. Not as much as I am able. No, I've said the wrong word. Not as much as my potential, but as much as I am able. Because you want me to be at Mfabu, but I have this lecture, I have this, I have work. So why don't we say, okay, now if that has been the problem lagging us behind, why don't we get this focal one person? And we all understand. By the way, may I second the idea, they could even not be Mfabu members. Because this is going to be, if you Mfabu members are going to feel aggrieved to volunteer when there is one of you in the driving seat, then let's go out. We pick someone from Yali. We pick someone from elsewhere. But what we need a driver who is numerated. And we know wherever I'm coming from, there is someone at the O. Not this thing that you're volunteering. You're here volunteering, you're a student and Makerere. Today you have a paper. The other day you are what? No, you are a volunteer. You cannot be held accountable. You cannot be fired. You cannot. Hey. A lot of things have accumulated. And they have kept us in that secondary school leadership. That we want to break. And we say now we want to be able to skyrocket, to be Rotary. We want to skyrocket to be far. We want to skyrocket and be BRAC. I want to answer the other question, why we have not yet done away with the word BRAC and the word MasterCard. Because there are more opportunities coming, And the bad thing is that we've not found our alumni positioned. Because there are more, if we can tell you the little, I sit on the committee that Angela represented in the morning. The team that leads the entire MasterCard Foundation alumni in Uganda. So we are a team of 7. I'm one of them. And we bid so much that Mfabu gets a position on that what? On that table. Because ideally we are 5,000. Dynamic has 10,000. But the 10,000 are split. So for us we have 5,000. We don't have all of them. But we have a couple of hundreds that are into this thing. So can we use the couple of hundreds to radiate to those that are still lagging behind? There is a project that we have designed. I hope I wish sound can be killed and I say it. But there is a project that is being designed and it's worth $2 million. And it's going to be looking at alumni with business proposals. So you need this Mfabu at all costs to be standing so that it can bid for you. But even though it doesn't bid for you, we need Mfabu at all points to remain standing. So all these things you are suggesting, let them come forward. So I'm going to let us go for lunch. When you come back, we'll have summarized these reviews and then let's vote about them. Please be pure to yourself because you're a team to represent all the others. Okay? Okay? So when we feel like, okay, this CEO is not needed, you say, no, we want our old system to be persistent for the next 5 years. Or we can have this, or even ask about the question of money. Now the board you're bringing in place will have to reason out. And maybe the other thing is that we can make the website active so that you get clear. Clear what? Clear. You can even choose to say, as AGM, we are choosing to have 7 people who are going to be following up on whatever you're doing. Because as AGM, we are not always there. So as AGM from us, we want to appoint 3 people to follow up on these resolutions that you're putting forward. And when we come to the next AGM, we don't want you to tell us. We want our representatives to do what? Tell us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a group photo, then we go for lunch, and then we conclude. The cameraman wants to leave, Okay. So let's just rush here. We get that group photo, then we go for lunch. Thank you. Please, let's just go there. Yeah, the people on Zoom, we are going to ask you also to turn on you. At one point, we're coming to take a group photo with you. Yes, all of us, we can go there. Yeah, immediately after here, you go grab a plate. Immediately after here, you go grab a plate. Yes, we're taking that photo. The tall ones are, of course, going to be behind, and the taller ones are the short taller. The tall ones will be behind, and the short taller will be in front, eh? Mm-hmm. I find myself always missing photos, but it's okay. So are we together, guys? Is the cameraman? Will you get out that shot? Please, thank you so much for making this possible. We say thank you for the people that are on camera, trying to project all these photos. The numbers are there. You need them for the live event. Okay, so cameraman is getting ready. Oh, I'll just I'll just be here. Yeah. This business of taking photos while sporting. Okay, please, let's go grab a plate. Go grab that plate very fast, eh? Okay, so we are... Okay, the people that are online... people online, you can have a break of a simple period. You can have a simple break. Yes, because we're coming to vote. And then also the people online will be voting. Okay, the people online, we are asking you to activate your videos so that we can take that screenshot. I'm asking again, the people online, please put on your screenshots. Please put on your video. Yes, people online, we are putting on our videos and we are taking that screenshot. Yes. Yes, thank you. Wow. Thank you so much, people online. We are taking that screenshot just now. Yes, it has been taken. Thank you so much. You can grab that drink. We are just going to be back in a few minutes, and then we are going to be taking those wonderful votes. Thank you so much. And everyone, thank you so much for keeping on. Your time is invaluable. It is amazing. Chair there, Ambrose, thank you. You have kept that team on. Yeah, I'll just beg for a few of like 15 minutes, and then I get these guys back in this place. But thank you so much.
Hit TV, empowering you.
bananga bami n'abakyala naze kubanyonnyola nti bw'oba ng'olina omukolo gwonna gw'olina oyagala kuyingira ennyumba olina lonki gy'okola olina woteeri olina emmaga olina bulumbe olina buli kalonde yonna ng'oyagala bakutere ku zoom youtube walina ku facebook njagala kugamba nti itv bwe basobola okubeera nga bakikolerako bulungi nnyo balina kamera ennungi nkaape balikirira nnyo bamanyi kibakola eby'oluzungu eby'oluganda eby'olunyankole buli kalonde yonna bakuteera ku buteezi n'olwekyo mukwano gyaffe tusugga yangwa mangu.
Hit TV, empowering you.
The current chairperson of the MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda. This is an entity or an organization which unites all the former scholars in the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program at BRAC Uganda. Since the year 2014, we have been receiving scholars from the program inducting into the alumni network. And currently, we are a network of 3,248 alumni distributed across the country. We are distributed in chapters depending on where we come from. We currently have 5 chapters: the North, the East, the West, the Central, and the Eastern chapters. More so, our alumni are still undergoing higher institutions of learning. And so we also go further to distribute them amongst what we call institutional links. In the institutional links, it depends on where they are studying from at the higher institutions of learning. We have different links across the country. We have the Makerere link, we have the Mbarara University link, the Kabale University link, and others. And more of our alumni don't actually study from Uganda. We have our alumni who are studying from across the world. And even since the year 2014, many years have passed by, and some of them have actually graduated into the field of work. We have those working within the country and those working in other different parts of the world.
The aid education. Under the Education Ministry and chapter leadership, we donated study and learning materials to 100 under-resourced schools, with an average of 20 schools per chapter. Over 23,000 textbooks were donated, and 41,000 students received career guidance all over the country.
Mfabu holds a general meeting aimed at giving its members accountability, sharing success reports, and passing important decisions that guide and shape the network. Due to COVID-19, the latest AGM was held and decentralized to chapters across the country. The final resolutions were passed at the national meeting that was live streamed on Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom.
The Entrepreneurship Ministry. Through the Entrepreneurship Ministry, Mfabu has registered a number of companies that have acted as its fan base. We have the Compassion Sense, which is a registered company and deals in the production of sanitizers, liquid soap, and the face masks. We've also been able to register the Honey Masters, a company based in Kaberamaido that owns an apiary farm but also deals in production and processing of honey for consumption. We've also put up in place what we call an innovation challenge, where competent young people write proposals and the winning proposal is awarded with funds. We've also been able to come up with the Mfabu Apparel, an entity that deals in selling and manufacturing Mfabu's branded material, including the jumpers, the caps, the wristbands, the bags, and so many. So we can't wait for you supporting us.
The Ministry of Health through institutions like Kabbalah University and Makere University is running a blood donation drive in partnership with Red Cross and Blood Bank, aimed at creating more donors and increasing blood pool to save lives in hospitals.
Capacitating young people to increase their skill set is a hard point for Mfabu. Through this, a number of training and mentorship programs have come to play, including the Let's Step Up program, a Mfabu innovation aimed at capacitating female business founders to obtain skills that can help them establish their businesses. I've also come up with mental health trainings through BRAC, where young people at Mfabu are capacitated to build a strong mental capacity. With the Innovation Village, Mfabu has trained its members on business foundations and how to start successful and thriving businesses.
Youth working together is not only about work. The network has involved its members in a number of recreation activities like the road trip to Fort Porto that was aimed at exploring the beauty of Toro. We've had movie nights, porridge nights, and not forgetting the Mfabu Sports Gala. These activities create stronger connections within the members of the network.
Mfabu Tech, using practicing professionals in the IT industry to tutor youth for relevant job IT skills in obtaining job descriptions, Mfabu is having many young people trained on 2 skills that can help them tap into the job market and also help them to deliver perfectly into the job industry.
Having a vast number of members spread out all over the country, Mfabu has leveraged on social media to keep its members updated and informed on what's happening and taking place within the network, as well as the opportunities to tap into. You can find Mfabu on Telegram, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Simply like, share, and subscribe. Equally connected to the Baobab, an MCF platform that aims at supporting its scholars globally on lifelong leadership, employment, and networking skills. For more information, visit us on www.mfabu.org.
My message to you all, the 2,139 graduating scholars. I know we have so many stories, I know we have so many testimonies, depending on wherever the program picked you from. I would want you to use those stories, inspire yourself, and also motivate yourself to always give back. You know, we always give back, not because we actually have a lot to give back, but because we know what it means not to have anything. I would like to thank the government, I would like to thank the MasterCard Foundation, I would like to thank BRAC Uganda for helping us walk all these journeys. It's been 8 years of learning, 8 years of inspiring, and 8 years of a journey that will lead to the social and economic transformation of our communities.
You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you.
bananga bami n'abakyala naze kubanyonyola nti bw'obanga olina omukolo gwonna gw'olina oyagala kuyingira ennyumba olina lonchi gy'okola olina bwoteri olina embaga olina ulumbe olina buli kalonde yonna ng'oyagala bagutere ku Zoom, YouTube wamu ne ku Facebook. Njagala kugamba nti ITV be basobola okubeera nga bakikolerako bulungi nnyo, balina kamera ennungi nkambwe, balikirya nnyo, bamanyi kibakola eby'oluzungu eby'oluganda eby'olunyankole buli kalonde yonna baguteerako buteezi n'olwekyo mukwano gyaffe tusubga yangwa mangu.
A Youth TV, empowering you.
name is Silas Ruhweza, the current chairperson of the MasterCard Foundation alumni at BRAC Uganda. This is an entity or an organization which unites all the former scholars in the MasterCard Foundation Scholars Program at BRAC Uganda. Since the year 2014, we have been receiving scholars from the program inducting into the alumni network. And currently, we are a network of 3,248 alumni distributed across the country. We are distributed in chapters depending on where we come from. We currently have 5 chapters: the North, the East, the West, the Central, and the Eastern chapters. More so, our alumni are still undergoing higher institutions of learning. And so we also go further to distribute them amongst what we call institutional links. In the institutional links, it depends on where they are studying from at the higher institutions of learning. We have different links across the country. We have the Makerere link, we have the Mbarara University link, the Kabale University link, and others. And more of our alumni don't actually study from Uganda. We have our alumni who are studying from across the world. And even since the year 2014, many years have passed by, and some of them have actually graduated into the field of work. We have those working within the country and those working